I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Ooh, was that a triple collab? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
God, oh my God, look at my face. Let me, there we go, that looks better. What's up, everyone? What's up, Doctor? What's up, Nathan? What's up, Mac? What's up, Chris? Yeah, I'm all caught up. Episode 1000 wasn't as good as I thought it would be, to be honest. I miss you too, bro. I miss you too. You can actually live a life and not slave over a pirate anime. Yeah, bro. I think One Piece is so overrated. It's a good show, but I think it's overrated. Oh, I'm just gonna lower the light on my face. I miss you too, Chris. Once they get 1,000 subs on YouTube, I'll come over, okay? I'll say hi. So, in a few decades, I'll come over. One Piece hit 1,000, but the 1,000th episode wasn't that special, to be honest. How you doing though, Chris? What did I wanted to write down something. For the intro so you guys could hear the welcome. Alright. I thought you said you're panting for a second. I was like, why are you panting? I was gonna be like, bruh. But you're painting. That makes more sense. How's paint? That's awesome, actually. What the hell? So let's get personal. Or Oh. Okay, I actually wrote a note here. What are you painting? You're painting a foss or a landscape? Explore Fuchsia and then bikers. That was my reminders. You have 15.8k points now? Sheesh! Wow. Wow! Wow! Oh yeah, you guys can hear that. Yo, the song's so good. Start up right now. Ooh, move Deleter. Move Maniac. I know every single move that Pokemon learned growing up. Finally, they're next to each other. That makes sense. You have 80k points? Jesus Christ. That's double wow. Has Diego been on a stream recently? Kinda. Yesterday or the day before? I think he said he won't be on stream late much nowadays though. Hey, what's up, Prince? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn this on too. You guys could guess the Pokemon. Oh, let me fix the... There we go. Wait, it still doesn't look that good. Whatever. How you doing, Prince? You're painting a baby. Wow, there's a lot of wows today. Wow! Oh, this game's so cool. What happens? Oh. Yo, Rocket, I can see plainly what you are, but I'm not going to stop you. Koga's my boss, and he says he needs a Rocket's help, so fine. The other trainers won't challenge you unprovoked, but if you go up and talk to them, they won't turn down a battle. Oh, that's cool. We can still train against the gym leaders. Gym leader. I'd have about 115 if I didn't lose 15k to DNL. 10k to high Emerald. Hey, you didn't lose to high Emerald. Okay, you don't lose money on that, okay? You spend money on that. But I see what you're saying. You're saying you would have had a lot more. You're one of those rocket punks. Shut up. What's the name of the song? Do exclamation point. Here. It's by Parcels, I think. And I did it double exclamation point. Yo, what's wrong with my keyboard?
Hello there.
Hello there. Tied up right now. It's catchy, right? You know, Junior, you've shaped up to be quite the fisherman. I think it's finally time I let you in the family secrets. Oh, this is a side mission. The handle of a good rod is we cultivate from the finest grade ilex forest wood. What? We put just a little bit of pharmaceutical grade cocaine. What? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's actually mad funny. Hey, what's up, Mudge? Wrong Pokemon game? I mean, I already beat the new one, so. Doctor can soon get a VIP. Oh, shit, that's true. That's actually kind of crazy. It is a good song, right? I really like that song. How you doing, Mudge? Sorry, no Call of Dudes. I honestly, last time I played it was with you. So, I'd like to play it again with you. Soon. Hopefully. Oh, let's steal a Pokemon, baby. Let's go. Unfortunately, I think we stole all of these Pokemon already. Zuto. Wait, did we steal a Krabby? Yo, it's so hard to, like, keep them in... I actually made a list. I literally spent all day today. Oh, we never stole a Krabby. Making a list of all the Pokemon. And now I know. We never stole a Krabby. Where's Krabby? There we go. Let's nickname him. What should we nickname him? Yeah, I beat Brilliant Diamond in 24. I did a 24-hour stream the other day. You could check it out here. I just uploaded the whole 24 hours, but YouTube only allows 12 hours, so it's in parts. But you could go to part 4, which is in the description if you want to see the second I beat it. It took 24 hours and like 20 minutes. It's pretty good. Nice. Oh, the song, yeah. Before I forgot, remember the stick RPG game you were looking for? The one I thought I saw a speedrun? I searched my stream and it turns out I really did see a speed. Really? You should send a video for the weekend stream on that. Yo, Shisha, what's up? How are ya? Snip snap? Trying to be the first VIM. What's a VIM? You're gonna stream today, nice. Call of Duty, mobile? That was quick? Yeah, I had to play it the second it came out. Actually, I'm dumb. If I changed my time to Australian or New Zealand or Japanese time, I would be able to play like 12 hours earlier and gotten a good audience for it probably, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, very important mod. Wow. Yeah, put in vids for me to react. I'm actually looking forward to that.
Hello there.
Good evening, Cat. How are you? How's your Nuzlocke going if you're still doing that? I don't know if you're doing it now. Let's name Krabby Crabs, because he probably got crabs, right? Ooh, that's our 50th Pokemon. He tries to squeeze me out. If my brother finds out, he'll have me bankrupt. Can you promise me to tell my brother about my secrets? Not to tell me. No, I won't promise you. Lol, that's so cool. Alright, we have to release someone. Okay? Good evening. Yes? Call of Duty Mobile? I knew it. Okay. Who will we release? For anyone wondering, every 2 Pokemon we steal, we're forced to release one in our party. We don't want to release Birdo or Snake, so we just don't roll a 1 or a 2. Don't roll a 1 or a 2 and we're good. Let's see what we're gonna roll. Oh, I should write down Krabby. No 1, 2, no 1, 2, no 1, 2. Oh, let's go! It's a 4. Okay. Who's 4? A depth. Oh, that's depth. But who cares? That Pokemon sucks. We're getting so lucky. Alright, let's go release depth. Oh. I forgot he cuts trees for me. It's so funny. 2? Oh my god, 2 would be terrible. I'm still working on my story, trying to decide if I should describe the battles in it. Ah, okay. Someone followed you recently? Nice. What time do you stream, Nathan? How often? I don't really see you stream often. Sand. Wait, sand? What's sand?
Hello there.
What's up, Angel? Trying to decide to see the battles in it? What do you mean by that, actually? Alright, let's release the sucky depth. Finally. Goodbye. You're dead to me, depth. I'm sorry. Bye-bye. Now the big question comes. Who do we replace? Who's the lowest Pokemon? I kind of want to put Vulpix, but I feel like Vulpix could be useful. So I'm gonna try to look for someone who's, you know, worse. Fart. Machoke. Let's add Machoke on the party. All right. Right before I read chat, let me just disappear for a second. Na 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 na. Shiranai. Hey, okay. I changed to whoever's in our party. Let's go. Machoke on this. Oh my god, it's my daddy ping. How you feeling, Angel? After everything that's happened, like how's your, you know, after the surgery and everything? How are ya? Okay, we got Krabby. Who just died? I already forgot. Who just died? It was some. Oh, it was an executor. Executor or executive, whatever. There we go. Dead. Execute depth. Yes, thank you. Goodbye, eggs. Yeah. Wait, eggs is still alive, no? Yeah, eggs is still here. Eggs is still chilling. I'm ungrounded and I'm selling again. Hey, nice. Awesome to hear. I did break my arm today. Nah, lies. You're just gonna do one of those dumb jokes. You're lying. It didn't break your arm. Bro, how you get hurt every other day, bro? Sheesh. Before we verse the gym, I do want to see if they give us anything in the... Here. And they give us nothing. You actually named Chansey. Yeah, I name all the Pokemon. Oh, you're just saying egg? It depends on how much work I have for school. Ah, that makes sense. I forgot you actually... but I won't make a joke. Are you sure, bro? Are you sure? Are you sure? Huh. Can we even go in the Safari Zone? They said, don't let a thug won't get in. Huh. Let me talk to you. There we go. Okay, so these guys don't give us anything. Because the only joke is you. Bruh, that hurt. Nah, that didn't really hurt. I almost broke your arm. Well, you should have. It would have been a better story. God damn it, bro. I mean, damn, what happened? Yo, imagine we actually fill out the whole Pokédex by stealing everyone's Pokédex. Substitute. Nah, we don't need substitute. Alright, this is the last area, and then we could actually fight. And release some more Pokemon. Ooh, my thing is 267,000 now? My bounty. That's crazy. They make me... Okay, I can't do the Safari Zone, which is... I'm actually kind of happy about it. I don't feel like doing that. And these people give nothing. These people. So now all that's left is to verse Koga and to steal more Pokemon. Let's steal more Pokemon. 267k, right? Isn't that insane? Yo, my guy looks so hot now. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a Team Rocket version of Call of Duty, I would say, of Pokemon, where you play as the Team Rocket member and work your way up the ranks, and you could steal Pokemon. So I just stole this Pharaoh. I love how some people don't care at all that I steal their Pokemon. Like, every Pokemon should be like, sheesh, you know? Yeah, let's steal your Pharaoh. I wish I had the guts to steal me a bike like you. Yeah, there you go. Somebody tried to headbutt you, but you got out and pulled your arm and almost bent it back, and the teacher called him out before he did. Sheesh! I'm glad to hear you didn't break your arm. You like the sprite even more now. I also feel like the pink hair matches a lot more with that sprite. Yeah, it looks cooler now. Go bother someone else's birds. You only had one bird and I stole it. Wait, let me try to pay attention to how my guy looks. Yeah, he looks so cool now. The pink hair looks like dark pink now. I don't know, it looks cooler. We're gonna verse some more thugs, steal more Pokemon. But yeah, I didn't like the pink hair initially, but you were right. I did end up liking it. Hey, since when do I have I have a red bike in this game? I forgot I had a bike. He wants Golducks for Lickitung, but we don't give in to what people want. We're bad guys. Hey, let's go. Wait, we could... Oh. What the hell? We don't got no business. Get out of here, Rocket. Whoa, this is so cool. What the heck? Scram, Rocket. Yo, I never saw the bicyclists look like that. They look so weird. How much do I stream till partnership? I'm going to have another surgery next month because kidney is failing. Are you serious? Sheesh. I hope it goes well, man. As a Falcon from the bottles, I can't look a meddling Rocket in the eye without getting the needs. Yo, these guys look different. Their sprites look a bit different. So partnership is a bit different. But if you want to get affiliated... No, don't tell me it froze again. Bro, the game keeps freezing. You gotta be kidding me. This is the second time it's done this. Ugh, I gotta save like every second. That's actually so frustrating. What the heck? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna have to load back. F indeed. So if you want to get affiliated, you need 3 average viewers. That's the hardest thing. Partnership, you need 75 average viewers, which is next step for me, but it's gonna take a while. It doesn't hurt. It's just hard to pee. Damn. Oh, that's what you mean? Yeah, that's what it is. Wait, I can't. You know what? I don't care. We're gonna have to start over from this area. Oh, that's so annoying. We gotta get crab again. The good thing is I know where to get everything. So I could just go and just go through this like easy. If I lose here, it doesn't count, cause that would be dumb. Stop protecting. We're just gonna steal. What was it? Krabby. Your name is Krabs. I remember everything. I have a beautiful memory. It's okay, guys. It's okay. What if I say yes this time? Ooh, I got 3 rare candies. You know what? I'll take it. I think I remember reading that one of the glitches were that if you use fly against coughing... Yes! You're actually so right. There were 2... there were 2 things that could glitch up the game, and that was one of it. Using fly against wheezing. You're actually 100% right. I forgot reading it. I like completely forgot reading about that. It's such a weird thing, though, you know? Left knee and Disney? What do you mean Disney in 2013 be like? I don't get that. I'm pretty dumb, but I don't get it. I don't get it. We'll have to verse all these losers again. Oh, I have to be careful on using fly. Gee, he's using fly against me. That's so annoying. Okay. I have to use someone else. Fly is too powerful. It's so powerful it breaks the game. Yo, they're using fly against me. What the heck? They didn't do this before. Pharaoh. I didn't mention before because I thought this was from a different, but now I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. I actually remember reading it before installing the ROM. So you're 100% right. Wait, we're not nicknaming you. I'm probably gonna forget though because I'm dumb. Did Disney release on November 27th? What? I don't. What? What movie did Disney release in 20? I don't know. Frozen? No, Frozen's not that old, right? What movie? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, we have to get rid of the. We have to release the Pokemon again. By depth. Okay, and now we add Machop to the team. Wait, no, not this Machop. We gotta add Machoke to the team. And then put, like, someone else here. Okay, now it's good. Look it up. Wow, indeed. November 27. November 27. 2013. Bro, like, who do you think I am? You think I remember these things? Well, I'm gonna put browser on right here, okay? So I'm more professional. Look at that. Oh, isn't that so cool? You guys know it's cool. Disney movie. Yeah, it was Frozen. Frozen was that long ago? Jesus Christ. It's kind of crazy, actually. Okay. I don't think there was anything up here. Did we check up here? Am I dumb? Oh yeah, it was the guy that trades a Pokemon with you. I am done. Let's change guys so we don't use fly. What dinosaur has 500 teeth? Your mom. Haha. I don't know. What dinosaur has 500 teeth? Tyranitar. Tyranitar. T-Rex. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's use... What beats poison? I always forget. Psychic and ground, right? So Mud Bomb. Oh, self-destruct did like nothing. Oh my god, they're all just self-destructing. What the hell? What an annoying Pokemon. I think we already caught a coughing. Flamingo. Flamingo. Where's oh yeah, coughing. I already have a coughing. Oh, that's a cow with 2 legs. What? Your mom is a cow with 2 legs? Nidoran? Oh, you're guessing the Pokemon. Oh, Nidoran never works, right? Hey, you're not lagging. Let's go. Dinosaur with 5... Bro, I don't know. Wait, why can't I use Surf? Oh, I'm such an idiot. This whole time I'm like, I can't use Surf. It's because I didn't teach him Surf. Oh, what did I just replace? Bubble? Oh, that's fine. I still can't use it. Oh, this is some BS, bro. There we go. I keep using the wrong move. Crunch. 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 We're gonna steal his Muck. Because Muck backwards is cum. Look it up. Alright, give me a second. What? A Grimer. We've caught a Grimer before. I think we got a Grimer. Yep, we did. I don't know why I keep looking. Wait, what does he say? You're not getting involved with any of these tops or bottoms. Tops or bottoms. Anyway. This is like the worst way to go. I don't know why I'm going this way. Let's see. What dinosaur has 500 teeth? Bro. You're so stupid. The Nigersaurus. Nice. Good one. Nathan. It's okay. I'll do it. I guess the streamer. The flamingo. Fighting Pokemon. We should be fine with Rock Slide. Is he gonna die? Not if I can handle it. Not if I can help it. No, it froze.
Wow.
No, I'm just joking. I saved. Damn, that was loud. It works because someone got it yesterday, but the symbol only appears sometimes for the guess. It might be a space between the sign. Yeah, I don't know. Trying to bike on a seahorse. I'm trying to surf on a seahorse. Meow. Pink bound, skip it if I keep forgetting how. Not sure if I can do it either. No, it's only mods. I don't know how to I think you can't change it. It's only mods and broadcaster that could change it. Maybe VIP also, but yeah. Play season 5 Fall Guys next. Nah, I'm a purist, okay? I'm a pure Primeape. I don't think we've caught a Primeape before. But we caught a Mankey, so that wouldn't count. I am a pure Pokemon streamer now. We do community games and Pokemon mostly. Fall Guys could be cool for the weekends. I think I'll add more games on the weekends though. I want to start streaming Sundays soon. Not this weekend, but maybe starting next week or the weekend after. I have a lot of editing to do first, but after that we should be good. This song's so good, but very slow. So slow like me, haha, in the head. I don't know. I think Primeape is Mankey, right? Primeape's like pre-evolution is Mankey, right? Yeah. So we can't catch him. I mean, we can't use him. We'll just take Primeape. We should have gone here before. Na 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 na. Come on, Pink. Ha, show us. No, I'm not showing you. Just look it up. What is that emote? A Pokemon streamer recorder until otherwise. Yes. Mankey evolves into Primeape. Yes. Mar? What's Mar? I'm so Oh! I'm so confuzzled. Let's go to Birdo here. We're gonna save. Every time we have to use fly, we're gonna frickin' save. Because I don't trust anything in the world. 愛にできることはまだあるかい僕にできることはまだあるかい We should probably heal up soon. Hey, we got a new emote. Yeah, that's our new emote. I added it yesterday. So Twitch gave more access to emotes recently. Yay! So I'm gonna slowly but surely add more. I was gonna add one today, but I was busy spending a lot of hours on something dumb today that I thought would help for stream, but it didn't. So yeah. And it happens. So we already had a Voltorb. I don't think we had a Mag. Oh yeah, our Magna died. So let's just steal this one. Koto wa mada aru kai. All right, let's actually fly. Fly like an eagle. We're just gonna fly heal so we could heal up. Do Pokemon card openings? When I have money to buy Pokemon card openings, that sounds like a fun idea. Yes. Luke art. What do you mean gay? It's a great emote. You're just jealous, okay? Stop being jealous. Oh, the guy doesn't come to take that one out? Why does everyone make fun of AIDS as AIDS? It's so weird. Wait, what? I'm on a relaxing ride on my new bike with my girlfriend? You're like a 5-year-old child. We're going riding together on our new bikes? Damn. I didn't have a relationship until I was, well, never. Aww. It's okay, guys. It's okay. What's up with the Dragonite on top of the screen? You could guess the Pokemon if you type in Dragonite. I added a new thing yesterday. It's called Who's That Pokemon? And you could guess for fun. You know, when you get tired of looking at my face. Just say the name of the Pokemon. Yep, it's like a little game. I'm gonna add more Pokemon, though. This is so cool. It's like different gangs. Yo, you and me both know the tops are the only gangs to rule. We got respect for y'all. Respect. We ride our bikes. No disrespect going around. Got the guts. There's a thing you could do for us. There's a conflict. Help us out. Hell yeah, baby. They call themselves bottoms. That's so funny. The tops and the bottoms. Kinda sus. Lately, they're showing disrespect. Lately, there's been all this trouble with our bikes not working. Then someone put paint in our hairspray cans. Those freaking bottoms, they're sabotaging us. Slash them. They're gonna be hell to pay. This is so cool. See, this makes it very more. This game makes the game more interesting. We're the tops. Yo, tops are better than bottoms. Am I right? Oh, how did we skip all over past all these guys? There we go. No. No, I didn't call you, Nathan. Oh, I did a little earlier. I was just saying, like, if someone wants to skip the Pokemon on the top right, just to do, like, exclamation point skip WTP, but I did it myself. It's fine. I had one when I was 12. You had a Dragonite when you were 12? War turtle. Bro. You gotta know how to spell a war turtle, bro. This is like a common knowledge. Common parsley? I don't know. They say something. Let's steal Machamp because he's cooler. You heading to Fuchsia? No, I've already been to Fuchsia, stupid. Mud Bomb is super effective. Mud Bomb does not work. I don't know why I did that. And Crunch. I forgot to skip this very slow song, but I guess it's okay. I don't know why I talked like that. Let's steal Weezing. Hell yeah, we're stealing all the frickin' Pokemon. I don't remember that name. No worries. That's what the game is for, too. To improve your Pokemon skills. Why didn't I Mud Bomb? I have to always Mud Bomb against Muck. Wait, we're not naming you. We don't name the guys that we release. Kiru koto wa mada aru yo. I had a relationship when I was 12. Bro, what does that even mean? What's a relationship when you're 12? You guys hold hands? Like, I don't know. or you have a child. If you have a child, that's respect. Well, no, it's not really respect. That's just Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you type of stuff. That's not even what's wrong with you. Like, wait, is that's illegal, right? So it's kind of messed up. That's what I gotta say. I'm streaming. What do I steal? Machamp? Yeah, Machamp. What does he say? That now that I've beaten this guy. We respect you. You respect us. How's that, Rocket? You don't respect me, bro. No one respects me in my life. That means that you suck, Ping. Hey. No, it doesn't. Yo, I don't want a relationship. You know how much money and work that is? It's a lot of money and work, okay? Too much for me. Oh, I killed everyone here. Oh, never mind. And I didn't kill them, but, you know. Ooh, it's Primeape. He's doing a lot of damage. We're gonna steal Primeape. What is he gonna say? What is he gonna say? Oh. Doesn't say anything. I think we already versed this guy. Yeah. Damn, I'm a pro player. Look at this. That's along the lines of, what the were you thinking? Yep. It is. But you know what? Listen. I'm not here to judge. You know? I've done some crazy things in my past. Have I? Nah, not really. What's the craziest thing you guys have ever done? Na 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 na. Rhydon. Oh, that Pokemon is Rhydon. You spelled Rhydon wrong though. Rhydon this No, his name's Rhyhorn. I feel like such a beast. You guys don't know how to spell Rhyhorn? Oh my god, cringe. I think it's R-H-Y. Actually, I don't remember. La 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 la. I don't know. Ooh, what happens? Aren't I supposed to do something here? Damn, they hate us. You want to talk to our boss? Fine. I'm keeping my eye on you. Oh, that's so cool. They all moved out of their way. Well, so you're the nervy Rocket. All right, you got my attention. What do you want? The top sent you? Cold hard muscle fueled battle, Pokemon battle. I hate spelling Rhydorn too. Rhyhorn. When I was 5, I stabbed a kid with a pencil. Nice. Oh, because I was asking what's the craziest thing you've done. Oh wait, that is pretty crazy, yeah. Where'd you stab him? I think you told me this once before, actually. Where'd you stab the kid, though? Was it in his eye? Was it in his pee-pee? You know? Was it a she? You know? All those answers make a difference right there. If Fly works on Machoke and Machamp, it shouldn't freeze the game. Let's go. Let's go. Let's steal Machamp. Damn it all. Even with a thug like you, we can never violate our code of honor. We'll stay out of the top's turf. Now these accusations about sabotage, I don't know anything about it. Lies. Wait, who is that guy? I know you. You're that Rocket dude. I got enough influence in the Kanto underworld to end a strife like this with a flick of my wrist. I don't feel like doing that. Deserves to get taught a lesson. Ooh, he versus you. We versed him in the underground area. The neck? Jesus. Did he go to the hospital? Details. Give us details. That's Clefable. Da-da-da. He was bleeding a lot. It's good you didn't kill him. Oh, wait. You were 5, though. Why did I use Mud Bomb? Oh, shit. Ground is super effective. Oh, no. I can't switch out. I have to pay attention. Wait, I might actually die. Nah, I'm not gonna die, guys. You know why? It's a nice little thing called restoring health. Oh, he only has right on this Speaking of right on this What does he die? Oh no, he's gonna own me. What am I doing? There we go. He's about to use Drill pack. Drill pack. We need someone with water. We need to train up. We need to train up our guys. Oh, we could steal his Pokemon, I think. Yes! Let's go. Why you shouldn't die? Because dying is gay. Wow. It is what? That's a Clefable, but Doctor answered it. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Remember, son, dying is gay. Okay, Sandslash, Rhydon does D and Pidgeot. So we can't get Pidgeot. Can we get Rhydon? Can we steal Rhydon? I don't think we could steal Sand... Yeah, we had a Sandshrew before. I think we could steal Rhydon this D. Let me double check right here. Rhydon, it comes from Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, according to my list. We should be okay. I don't think he's here. Where's Rhyhorn? Rhyhorn. Yeah, we never caught a Rhyhorn. And I spelled it wrong, but Rhydon. What do you guys want to name Rhydon? He did go to the hospital and he went through surgery. Jesus. Do you regret stabbing him in his neck? Why'd you stab him in his neck? So many questions. I'm not horny. Oh, you want to name him Horny? Oh, it's a girl. Horny is a great name. You guys are such... How about this? You guys are such children. Let's go with Horn because he has a horn. And then E. That's funny. That's clever. That's clever. Right, guys? That's clever. Oh, you guys didn't see me name it. Whatever. That's 51 Pokemon, by the way. What's his name again? I feel like I have deja vu every 5 seconds.
What's his name again?
Geodude. No. He'll Rhydon. This Rhydon. Rhydon could be useful. Horny. That was a good one, right? I feel like this is a bank situation. He cut a big chunk out of my hair. Jesus, why did he do that? I named it Horny. That's good enough, no? I'll stop by those tops and tell them the bottom members that's been messing with them all the time is this little pink-haired rocket punk. It's your word against mine. What? Wow, I'll be damned, Rocket. You beat Julian? The guy's one of the scariest guys. We owe you one. Ooh, we got black belts. That's good for fighting Pokemon. We don't really have. Damn, alright, you're good. Gotta hand it to you. Hell yeah. You just knocked out Julian, my goodness. I love how they all go crazy because I'm a beast. And they recognize how beast I am. Alright, let's talk to the other guys. It's you! The guy Julian told us you're no good. Hell man, I don't know what to believe. You're not welcome here among us tops. Scram. You fascist. You a fascist. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We actually got through all of that. All that's left is to verse the gym now. I think we might beat the game today. You don't know why he didn't? Oh. What color shirt were you wearing at the time? What? Poliwag. Is that a random question? You ever eat pizza and your mouth's just from the pizza? Well, I didn't eat pizza, but my mouth feels like that right now. We'll have 2 level 50s. It's going to be a shame if one of these guys die. I think I'm going to train Seadra. Because it's going to be a shame if one of these guys die. Ryugakse. Hey, I need you, hey, babe. I want to use Surf, but I don't think we could kill. I'm not tired. Anyone have some... Ah! I forgot to change out!
Hello there.
Oh, no, I did. Oh, I thought he just died. He used Pursuit. Jesus, I gotta go heal up. What's up, Chill? Should pineapple be a topping? Disgusting. No. Pineapple should never be a topping on pizza. Change my life. Change my life? Change my mind. Okay? You can't. Pineapple should not be a topping on anything. Pineapple should not be a food. Because I don't like how it tastes. You've eaten pineapple pizza. Disgust. I don't eat pineapple pizza. I don't like pineapple. It's Polywag, Poliwag, Polywag. A baby blue shirt with the school logo. How do you remember what shirt you had? Yeah, pineapple topping. No, that's. You're asking for no. Would you eat it, Chill? Would you do it? Would you do the unthinkable? Alright, I think we're gonna train somewhere else. See over here, cause these guys are way too powerful. Pineapple is Godzilla. In your opinion, which Pokemon has the biggest schlong? Your mom. No, I'm joking. I don't even know what that means. Which Pokemon has the biggest schlong? That's a... I can do it, thank you. That's a hard question to answer. Yo, let's... It takes me so much effort to do this, but let's go. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. My... Probably... biggest schlong. Rhydon? Because Rhydon does... I don't know, Rayquaza? It's a very hard question to answer, man. You know? Pineapple's too bitter. Pineapple's too sweet, no? Pineapple's too something. I don't know what it is. Oh, thanks for the follow, Godzilla.
Godzilla Fan 3880 is now
3,000. Arigato gozaimasu, bro. Pineapple's a top 3 fruit. Pineapple is not a top 3 fruit. Thank you for the follow, Chill. I don't think pineapple is a top 3 fruit. I think pineapple is just a pineapple, bro.
Is now following.
I don't like pineapple, bro. Come on, you got apples. You got... Are bananas fruit? I think they're fruit. You got all of that, and you're gonna say, hey, Machop, calm down. You're gonna say pineapples are top 3? Wailord probably has a big peepee. That's kind of... It's probably true. That's actually a good point. Because whales have big peepees, so... Oh, you wear school uniform. Okay, that makes sense then. Oh, muscles. Wait, you didn't... I don't need to do muscles. You didn't claim... You didn't redeem muscles. Skitty can take it. Skitty? Skitty doesn't have big peepee. I did that. You can do it. Wait, you didn't do it. You didn't redeem muscles. You did redeem muscles. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Wait, one of these buttons is muscles. It's not that one. Hey, look at my muscles, baby. Look at that. I work out. Look at these abs. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to show the rest of it because that's not for stream, you know? Sheesh. That should have popped up earlier. Ooh, it's a good place to train, actually. If I go heal up right now. What's your favorite game? It's a hard question to answer. My favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon Emerald. Main game, at least. I'm really liking this game, though. Not gonna lie. This is Pokemon Rocket, though, edition. It's a ROM hack. I feel like it's a whole other discussion. Apples are a bottom 10 fruit. What? How are apples bottom 10? Apples are amazing. Bananas are berries? What? Bananas are Okay, you're trolling. You must be trolling. Muscles was redeemed. Yeah, it was. I put muscles for a bit because of that. I scrolled up and I saw it. My bad. I put muscles. Look at my beautiful muscles. Yeah. Oh, here, I even put it even longer for you. Jesus, he almost died. Oh, sexy muscles over here. Anyway. When PP finish stream, do raid? Yeah, we haven't raided in a while, sure. But we just started stream like 50 minutes ago. We'll probably end in like 4 hours. I mean, not probably. Most likely end in like 4 hours. Ping Pong, what's your 3 top tier fruit? I mean, I haven't had every fruit in the world, right? So it's hard to say. But from the fruits I've had in my life, I don't know. Apple's probably up there. That's all I know. Good night, Ping. Good night, Mudge. Thanks for popping in, bro. I hope all is well. I hope your studying is going well. I recommend you stream Apex. I streamed Apex in the past a little bit. I'm pretty much mostly Pokemon right now. Pokemon Nuzlocke. And then on the weekends, we just watch videos together. Apex is... I actually enjoyed playing Apex. The thing is, I like talking with chat. If I was playing Apex, I'd be talking with other people, and I wouldn't be interacting with chat much. And I like interacting with you guys. Aww. Bananas are berries. What? Bananas are not berries. There's a Golduck on my screen. Yes! All you have to do is... Welcome back, Shisho. How are ya? All you have to do is say... Golduck, and then he disappears and a new Pokemon comes up. It's Who's That Pokemon? It's a guessing game I added the other day. Bananas are berries. Turns out berries actually a botanic... Okay, you know what? I believe you, okay? I don't feel like reading all this. It turns out that are not berries at all, but bananas... What? Cucumbers? Okay, well, is it a berry and a fruit? Are bananas... How do you spell banana? Berries and fruit? Oh, bro, it says they're a fruit and a berry, okay? They're fruit and a berry. Okay, so what I said still applies. See ya, Angel. Go master. Go be a master at what you're doing, man. So what I said was still valid. I hope your arm feels better after that. Actually, watermelon is underrated, probably. Watermelon's probably top 3, yeah. Even though I personally... I don't know. Ugh. Jesus, Machoke. Jesus, they almost killed my Pokemon. You were here the whole time? Yeah. I thought maybe you were like lurking and you went somewhere. That's why I said welcome back. My bad. Is hot dog a sandwich? Tomato is a fruit. Tomato is a fruit. You're eating? No worries. I just don't think berries belong in top 10 fruits. What? Just embarrassing to suggest that one should be. Another video? Okay. I want to do tier lists. I want to make a whole new channel for tier lists and reactions. I'm actually talking to a guy that might be my editor. My feature editor. So that would be cool if that works out. I'm not really making much money though, so. Is hot dog a sandwich though? Hot dog and a bun would be a sandwich, no? I feel like that would be a sandwich. You have something in a bun. You know? It's like if your pee-pee was in between like a woman's like boobies. Like you're sandwiching her boobies, right? I don't know. Let's go. Hey, you got one. Nice. Hot dogs are clearly You've said this before, Doctor. Anyone who's just otherwise is a fool. You've literally... Is that from something? Pee-pee between the booba. Yeah, not me. Like, not pee-pee like me between the booba. But, you know. But, yeah. Pee-pee between the booba. Yo, Surf should kill, bro. It's Surf. What a useless Pokemon you are, see. Be stronger. You better not die right away, too. I want her to be like level 30 at least. Na 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 na. This might not be the best place to train her though. What pink? Oh no, it's called Stitfa. What? Oh, tit. Yeah, but it's also sandwiching the boobies, no? I don't know, bro. I'm not an expert. Oh, Bubble Beam. Wow, so useful. Except no, because we have Surf. So, kind of dumb. Ah! Ow, that hurt. C died. You know what? I didn't even want to train C. So, you know what? I don't even feel bad. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really feel bad. A little annoyed at myself, and my head hurt because I slapped it really hard, but god damn it, I'm so stupid. Whatever. Whatever. Let's just go heal up. I want him to die, okay? I'm evil. I'm happy he's dead. She's dead. Cough. Can't be an expert on Twitch due to TOS. Oh, okay. Yeah, TOS gets in the way for a lot of things, I suppose. Goodbye, death! Thank you for literally doing nothing. Alright, who's the next water boy to add to the team? Let's add Bar. This stupid mouth. Na na na. We're just gonna stick to our two beasts on the team. So Bar is on the team now. You know what that means. I gotta change the Pokemon on my team. Who was the Pokemon? Horsey died. What is it? Shelder? Shell something, right? It is Shelder. I'm a genius. And my face is back, unfortunately. I think there's also a taco, not a sandwich. Maybe a sushi? What? No, C died. Anyway. Pretty much. Taco, take it or leave it? I'll leave it. How is that a good joke? I'm so confused. Taco is a sandwich? Yo, I swear to God I lose brain cells with you guys. Alright, let's go here. I think we're supposed to go here now, yeah. Let's verse these guys. Oh, a Hypno. Wait, can we steal his Pokemon? Oh, this is not a good matchup. We're gonna save because we're using Fly. We're gonna save again because we're using Fly. And we're gonna use Fly. They're only level 38. Hey, give me your Hypno, bish. Bish. What a loser Pokemon trainer. I stole his only Pokemon. Did we ever have a Drowsy? Let's see. We've never had... Wait, I messed up. We've never had a Drowsy. I was supposed to nickname him. Well, I was supposed to nickname him. No. Oh. Okay, if you guys remember, the rule is that if you don't nickname, you have to release. Oh, this never happened before. So what do we do here? Yes, lose brain cells. Fly glitch only works against wheezing or coughing. Yeah, but something in me just wanted to save anyway. Just look at Gallery and Discord, explains everything. Sushi as in fish, as in puss, so I like a puss sand. I don't know if that's how that works. Oh, I'll look at Discord later. Right now I have to find out what to do about this conundrum. I'm the guy who you offered to edit your clips for highlights. Oh! Gotcha, chill. I didn't know that. You're Alexis's brother, yeah? Cool. Yeah, I was thinking... Not clips for highlights, but like reaction videos into videos, but we could talk about it another time, you know, if you would want to. Any Pokemon not nicknamed, you gotta release. Can't nickname unless you go against this rule. No, I'm not gonna go against the rule. It's just like what happens to the next Hypno? Are we not allowed to catch it because I screwed up? Like Drowsy, I screwed up Drowsy. Like it gets a bit weird because I screwed up. I'll say I can't catch it. I'll put a star next to it. Like, does it count as 52? I'll say it doesn't count as 52. You probably could, since technically Hypno hasn't died. Nah, it's okay. I already released him. Of course, I'll send you some of my work on Instagram if you'd like. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I will. I'll tell you. Oh, I get it now. It's okay, you don't need to tell me, but you could if you want. I mean, not count it since it hasn't died. Oh. Okay. And I won't count catching duplicates either, yeah? They're such high level, though. They could have actually been useful. Every day we turn... Oh! What am I doing? Psychic kills Snake. I'm so dumb sometimes. Sometimes? All the time. All the time? Okay, we have stolen a Kadabra. I know that much. I'm not that dumb. Basically, I keep looking at my paper because we're not supposed to get duplicates, so I'm just double checking on stuff. Every time that I look in the mirror, all these lies on the face getting clearer. I mean, not counted since it hasn't. You got MVP? What, in Call of Duty? Very nice. What's the down? Sushi, it's a roll. You know what else is a roll? What? I don't get it. I'm too dumb, I guess. No, I know everybody knows. Oh, nobody knows. How do I screw up that bad? Jesus, I really hope these guys don't die. They're insanely high levels. Ooh, perfect. Urbook. Another Urbook. And a Sand Slash. So we can't get any of these Pokemon. But we can steal them. Books, written pages. Hey, what's up, Sammy? How are ya? Oh, the song's so good, right? The build-up for the song's good? Yeah, the song's a classic, bro. Anyone, if you ever want to know the song, exclamation point song. It's by Aerosmith. I saw them live, actually. I'm back to you. You know who else likes sushi? My mom, Muscle Man regular show. I don't know what that means. My mom. My mom likes... Actually, I don't think... I don't know if my mom does. Trying to commit national decks. Hey, nice. I did a 24... Oh, I think you popped in for that 24-hour stream a bit, no? But yeah, that's awesome. How do you like the game? I wanna heal up before versing the big boy. The big boy. Be tomorrow, the good Lord will make a way. I don't want to verse you. Oh, I actually figured it out by accident. China, look it up. It's a joke. I love it. I feel like I'm a boomer, and you guys are like I'm in a different universe. Sometimes. You love it despite it being Diamond and Pearl instead of Platinum? Yeah, I never played Platinum, but I heard they added a lot into it, or I played very little of it. So I was kind of hoping they would do that. Regular show is a good show? Oh. Dream on! Oh, you remember the song? Oh, okay. This is the best part of the song. I used to do this in karaoke. Dream on! Dream on! Dream on! I messed up the beginning, but, you know, it's pretty good. If I don't say so myself. Alright, I'm gonna assume we're gonna have to verse Koga now. So hopefully, you know, it works out well. Regular show is a millennial show. You're just uncultured. Hey, I'm barely a millennial, okay? Even if it is old, it's still good, though. Can't lie about that. This song? The song is good, of course. Regular is old, kind of. You're talking about the regular show. Oh, welcome back, Nathan. I'll look it up. Fine. Both the song and the show. A regular show. This better be amazing. Oh, this show? I hate this show. It looks so stupid. You know, I've seen this show before, and one of you guys mentioned it before, actually. This show looks so dumb. This is not an old show. 2009. You guys are so young. Oh my god. Look. Alright. This is a good show, okay? This is what I grew up with, okay? This is a sexy show, okay? This. I grew up with some dumb shows too, like this one. Fairy Odd Parents, PFP, Profile Picture. You know, these are dumb shows, but you know what? That's I don't know. They're still dumb. Yeah. Dream on. Barely, you're not even a millennial. Oh, I'm not a millennial. You reminded me. Damn it. I checked all of the hidden hideaways in the underground, so now it's a colorful map. Oh, nice! You check all of them? It's like like 2 times playing the game 2 times more. Like, that's so awesome. I checked out a good amount of it. Actually, I like the underground a lot. My mom, you're stupid. Hey, Atla, hell yeah. It might look stupid, but has lots of heart and core values. Okay. That show sucks? Atlas sucks? Very Odd Parents isn't that bad. It's so dumb, man. See you, Angel. Guys, all these shows that I grew up with were terrible, except Avatar: Last Airbender. I'm not even gonna lie. Maybe 1 or 2 others were good too. Let us unite our powers. The Safari Zone Warden runs a promotion for his Safari game. Trainers come into play, and if they reach his secret house, they win Surf. See, the trouble is, nobody's winning. That actually makes sense. What is the result? Nobody wants to challenge my gym anymore. that makes... I love that. Find the secret house, snatch yourself the largest box full of HMs, and bring them here. Employee card. Use that to sneak in without having to play the game. That's so cool. I love it. Oh my god, I actually love that. I love how they implement certain things in this game. It's so, like, realistic. You distasteful pics? What do you mean pics? You mean pieces? I feel like Pokemon games don't take into account of what happens if a gym leader's Pokemon becomes too strong. So the cool thing is they did address it slightly in Pokemon Origins, I think it was called. One of the animated, like, shorts that Pokemon made on YouTube. They kind of addressed it by saying, "Oh, I see you have 3 badges," and then one of the gym leaders, like, takes out different Pokeballs. So it seems like the answer is that gym leaders basically do that. They take out Pokemon based off... They take off Pokemon based off what Pokemon you have already. Like, what level. Like, they're prepared for the amount of badges you have, theoretically. I mean, in Gen 1, you could challenge gym leaders in different orders. So that kind of plays for that, but... It's one of your employee IDs. I've never seen your face here. Let me just call the warden. Do we have a pink-haired young dude? Muhammad Smith. That's hilarious. Oh, they don't let me in. I gotta beat up the warden now. Only Pokemon short I've seen was the one showing Red's journey. Yeah, that one's great. I wanted to watch it one of the weekends, but people didn't really want to watch it, so we didn't watch it. Let's see if I could find it real quick before reading the rest of chat. Sorry. Pokemon show. Pokemon episode 2. I don't know how to look it up. Oh, here it is. I found it. It's called Poke Evolutions. It's really cool looking. I think in this one they did it. This is a newer... I wanted to watch all of them with chat. But, you know, if you guys send the videos, I'll watch it for this weekend. But the Red's journey was amazing. I thought it was amazing. They should make a whole show like that. All of the gym leaders have strong Pokemon. They just choose not to use strong ones depending on the fighter's badges. Yep. That's essentially what I was trying to say, yeah. that one was short, but really good. Yes, I agree. You can rematch the gym leaders in many games and see they actually do have strong Pokemon. True. That's actually true. Red's journey was really freaking good. It was great. Red's journey was amazing. Yeah. Let's see what happens. They don't let me do anything. I guess I have to talk to the... Yeah, why would that... He has to give me a disguise or something. Stupid Koga. What I like about this game is that... Well, ROM hacks, I could fast forward through everything. Brilliant Diamond, you can't. No sanity. I love the song from Attack on Titan. How goes it? Are you on your way? What? They don't let me go. Wait, what am I supposed to do now? Anyone excited for the last season of AOT? Fly with it. You know they made a ROM hack based on the manga. If you can't figure out what to play next, that could be a pretty good option. I think I know what to play next from what we discussed yesterday, but that does sound interesting for the future. I didn't know that. Do you know what it's... Oh, yes, Pokemon Ash or something. I actually have heard of it, yes. I haven't played it, though. Oh, he just does the same thing. He doesn't let me pass. Oh, he said you could scare him. Wait, I could make him faint. Oh, let's make the warden faint, guys. Apparently he's so dumb he could faint. The warden's teeth popped out of his mouth. Oh, is that... Oh my god, that's so cool! Wait, that's why Red... Yo, isn't that crazy, guys? In the original story, you need to get Warden's teeth. And, you know, theoretically, it's because Team Rocket... Because of what I just did. Oh, I love this game so much. It's like my favorite... Yo, ROM hacks are actually so fun. I just used the heart scale to relearn Lick for Licky Licky. Nice. Licky Licky is such a dumb Pokemon name, but, you know. But I want to finish part 1 before part 2 comes out. Yeah, I finished part 1. Honestly, I think it's an overrated anime, but it's still pretty good. What happens when he calls the warden now? Do we have a... Muhammad's left? I can't hear a word you're saying. I can't tell you're getting worked up. I can't... This isn't working. I can't understand what he's saying. Make sure those chances stay extra fat. What the hell? Hey, no, we could go to the... To get surf. This is so cool. I want that paralysis chance. Very nice. You like lickety licking, right? How good is your... Oh my god, I forgot to... Oh no, wait. Barnes should be able to learn surf. How good is your Pokemon knowledge? Sammy. If you don't mind me asking. Okay, he could learn surf, obviously. Obviously. I want to see if I actually have access to the stuff here that I'm supposed to have access to. Ooh, I do. I mean, we already have surf. That's like the best thing to get here. Ooh, I wonder if I leave my warden's teeth here. Like, I wonder how that works out. Very, very, very high. Damn! Damn, I don't mean to brag. Hey, you skipped it. Cool. Before I read your message, Prince, Sammy, my Pokemon knowledge is not great. I'm a noob in everything I do, but I'm learning. Okay, so don't hate on me, please. Ooh, he said I'll suck your. Hey, we gave him the golden teeth. Oh, that's hilarious. So that's why they're there. Wait, what TM was that? Double team? What happens if you talk to them? Oh, they don't realize I'm Team Rocket. They're so dumb. We love learning. Hey, let's go. ROM hacks are really good if the developers can actually make an interesting story, and if they don't change the story, then at least make them so that the newer Pokemon are in it. Yeah, I mean, I've seen top 10 ROM hacks lists, and it seems like there's probably a lot of bad ones out there, but there's a good amount of good ones, you know? Hey, I said only one. It's the rules. I can't... Alright, have it your way. Look at this level 34 loser. We've had a slope... Oh, I don't think we've had a Lickitung before. Wait. Oh, or a Pinsir. We're gonna have to steal one of his Pokemon. Thought it was Demon Slayer? Oh, come on, bro. This is from Nanatsu no Taizai. Come on, bro. Come on. Yeah, that's why I'm doing only top-rated ROM hacks. And finished ones. Or at least that's what the plan for now. But next we might do a monotype. We might not do a ROM hack. So monotype of a regular game. Ooh, of Brilliant Diamond. Nah. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let me see. Slowpoke. I don't think we've had a Pinsir before. So the duplicate claws will be fine with that. Let me just double check. Yeah, we've never had a Pinsir. Ooh, 52nd Pokemon. Pinsir. You know what that means, guys? We're gonna name you Sammy after. Well, it's a girl though, so we'll name you. We'll actually just name you Pince. Sorry, Sammy. We'll go with Pince. Pince. Very original names here. Yes, we just stole them all. Pinsir would be pretty good. True. There's a good amount of good ones. Sometimes I prefer finding them myself because a lot of times those top 10 just repeat from others or from older hacks. True. Horny 2. Horny 2 would be a good name. It's all good. It's all good. We'll name one Sammy, I promise. But we're evil. We're trying to kill all these Pokemon and release them. So, haha. I don't know if you would want me to name it Sammy, to be honest. Alright, let's see who we're releasing. We gotta release one of them. If we roll a 1 or a 2, my life's over, guys. Oh! We rolled a 6! We got so lucky. Oh, I didn't actually mean to spin it that quickly, but... Oh, thank God, bro. Okay. If we rolled a 1 or 2, we would have to release one of these guys. Can we fly? Oh, we could fly from here. Damn. I mean, we're getting super duper lucky. We keep releasing our water guys though. That's not the best. Bye bar. Sucky Pokemon. Where's Shelder? There you are. So freaking special. A bye bar. You're dead. You're dead to me. You're so freaking special. You're so freaking special. Wait, did I get the deaths right? Cause I'm a freak creep. I screw up the words. Oh, I'm a widow. Bye bye bar. True. Oh no, it's supposed to be at 27. I pressed it twice by accident. I think that should be good. Now it should say 27, hopefully. Yeah, it worked. You keep losing Pokemon that learn Surf. I know. You thought it would be 4? Lol. Venonat, I'm not sure why, but this song keeps reminding me of Hell of a Boss. What's Hell of a Boss? Alright, who can we tell? Look how many Pokemon we gotta release. I'm so excited. Should we finally add Magikarp to the team? Starmie could be pretty useful, actually. Krabs is level 34, Jesus. Let's actually add Star. Okay, we're gonna add Star. Special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. And let me just change it right here. Where'd he go? I don't belong here. Starmie's actually a pretty beast Pokemon. Not gonna lie. Our guys are getting higher level too, which is nice. So we have 52 Pokemon, 20... Wait, 27 or 28? Maybe it was 28 deaths. I'm already getting so confused. It gets so confusing. So we lost 1, 2, 3. None of us are happy. We lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It is 28. Oh, so we released 28 Pokemon. Jesus. Not enough. We must release at least 1,000. You might be interested in it. Search it up real quick and look at the thumbnails. Oh, it's a show. Hell of a boss. I don't belong here. Hell of a boss. Don't belong. Oh, this show? Oh, I've never actually watched it, but I've seen one of the main characters. I don't like dark looking shows like that. But you know. I don't know, I'll be honest, I'm not really into much American cartoons. Aside from like Avatar, The Last Airbender, I don't know what else I would like. I love like anime, but maybe I do like one or two other cartoons. I used to like Simpsons, but honestly I think Simpsons is alright. You brought it for me. How can I repay you? Fwahaha. I can provide you with your very own secret identity. Could grant you entry to any gym. Whoa, what? Trainer card. You can challenge any gym leader in Kanto. Oh, I could steal a gym leader's Pokemon in the future? What the hell? That's actually insane! So, apparently I could work my way up to steal gym leader's Pokemon. And I can actually verse the elite, like, the gym leaders now. That's actually crazy. I didn't know that would give you a trainer card. I mean, that makes sense for him to give it to us out of everyone. I wonder what the game will make me do now. What happens if I go try to verse the first gym? Will they have sucky Pokemon? That's lit. You should probably not do gym battles yet in case you can steal Pokemon from them. Yes, I agree. But I'm kind of curious if I could verse every gym, what would happen? Jeez, that being said, we've literally explored every city now. This is so cool. Let's probably go back to our base in Viridian. So oh yeah, we definitely have to go back to the base now. Oh, this ROM hack is beautiful. It's called Team Rocket Edition. And the rules we have on it are awesome. If you wanna, there's a lot of rules, but we're doing a Nuzlocke of it right now. Evil version. If it does well on YouTube, even if it doesn't, I'll probably do a good version where I act as a good bad guy. All right, let's see first if I could get anything here. What's good? I've got nothing to give you, but keep on trucking. Huh. I think we have to go to the boss. Oh, he is there. Okay, cool. Nice, right? Pokemon Fire Red, Rocket Edition. Almost got 7k points. Wow. Nice. Hello, Pong. I don't have a new mission. Stay strong and make them fear us in the streets. Don't you worry. We'll make it through this. Wait, what? Oh, I'm supposed to go to the... I forgot I'm helping the... I'm helping the good bad guys that are bad or good. I don't even know what they are. So I have to go there. I completely forgot. Oh, this is spoilers though. There he is. Did you get a hold of the materials? Excellent. Oh, let's go to game audio for now. Yo, what if you could steal one of Giovanni's Pokemon? I feel like you have to later on, right? Well, it's done. Wait, what? It's supposed to be a Master Ball. They crafted a Master Ball. There's only one person in the world who knows where it's currently hiding. That person's name is Shigeki. We don't know much about Shigeki. That's right, Pong. Shigeki was the last of the scientists who worked with us on the Mewtwo project. Trouble is, nobody's seen the guy for 10 years. For all we know, he could be dead. So, how do we go about finding an old missing genetic scientist without a clue of his whereabouts? Shigeki probably on that little island at the bottom of the map. Hey, don't spoil it. 16.3k. Doctor be like, oh, it's 80k. Fuji, Mewtwo would know where he is. Bingo, old man, and why is that? Damn, they're old. Ah, what's the use in hiding anything anymore? When we merged our... This is spoiler alert for anyone who wants to play. When we merged our DNA together, the 5 of us, to create Mewtwo, it created some kind of psychic bond between us and the clone. Who knows how it did it, but it became clear pretty quickly that Mewtwo could read our thoughts and emotions with impeccable accuracy. Even when we were far away, there was a constant mental link between each of us 5 scientists and the newborn Pookimoon. We suspect that's how it realized so quickly that we created it for war. That's why it ran away. Hey, I don't know anything after getting the role and helping these guys. I can't spoil anything, so I'm just guessing. Yeah, I know, I was just joking around. Well, who knows if the bonds between us hasn't worn off. I'm sure it must have. It's been 10 freaking years. But either way, Mewtwo can point us towards Shigeki's whereabouts. It must know where he ran. Imagine they created Red, because this was 10 years ago, and Red is like a 10-year-old kid. Imagine Red was the guy that ran away. That would be crazy. But Bill, this is Mewtwo we're talking about. How in the world would we... Hold it right there, my dear Fuji. Yo, let's go. Smart man giving me Master Ball. Smart man. Let's see. Punk. The ball I just gave you is nothing but a more powerful standard Pokeball. It cannot capture Mewtwo without its consent. But does Mewtwo know that? Maybe, maybe not. Either way, go to Cerulean Cave and seek out Mewtwo. Threaten to capture it if it refuses to tell. It may hate us humans, but it hates being kept in captivity. You're the strongest trainer here, and frankly, Mewtwo would never say a word to any of our faces. So keep the Master Ball with you. Don't use it yet. Save it for the Pokemon we're really after. To Cerulean Cave. We're all counting on you. Wait, what? No. I'm kind of wishing it wasn't a Nuzlocke now. Catching Mewtwo doesn't do anything for us. 6.9k points, nice. Hell yeah, we got Master Ball. But what level is Mewtwo gonna be? If Mewtwo's like level 70, I don't, you know, which is completely possible. I don't know if I want to go up against him right now. Should we train for Mewtwo? Imagine Mewtwo wipes out our team. Like, I don't know. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Let's just go to Cerulean. Where's Cerulean again? I have such a... Oh, here it is. I have such a bad memory. Mewtwo got them psychic muscles. I know. I can go find out and then have you guess again? Sure. So, Snake can't go in that fight. Birdo can. Birdo can go against Mewtwo, but he's only level 53. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if the game made it. Like, I'm going into this... Oh, there's a guy blocking the route to it also. Mewtwo is super intelligent and basically its own trainer. So just steal Mewtwo from itself. I love that you're using that emote too. It makes me happy. I made it myself too. Like, you know, like you can't tell. Oh my god, this connects to Route 4. I never realized. Saigo no lady, Hetty, my love, so sweet. Oh, Endeavor could have been good here actually. We have Paris. We had Paris. We had Seal. 思い出だけが募れば Mewtwo got them muscles. Psuckles? What's Psuckles? Suckles? Yo, the song's so good. Monotte motto, baby. Musakini on my mind. What's Jinx pre-evolution again? Smoochum. I don't think we've had a Smoochum. So we could steal Smoochum. Yep, we have to steal Smoochum. We can't steal duplicates. Smoochum time! Let me write down Smoochum. What do we want to name Smoochum, guys? Or Jinx, rather. I don't know why I kept saying Smoochum. Oh, it's another girl. Oh my god, my voice almost died after that. Big lips? Ooh, I like that. Lisp. I like big lips. Let's go with big lips. You're just thinking big lips? Oh my god, you guys have so much in common. We got Roar. Wow, amazing. Wait, how did we miss the... Oh, we never... Wait, how did we miss this area? So sweet. Oh, I guess we just ignored that Pokeball. So we could learn some TMs from these guys, but... Actually, we don't have any fighting moves. But since we keep switching guys, I don't know how smart it is to teach TMs. I'm gonna assume that he's gonna have level 30 Pokemon-ish. I'm kind of scared to verse this guy, I'm not gonna lie. If he has crazy level Pokemon... Are we on the same wavelength? Oh, Prince is researching right now. I'm kind of scared to verse him. Nobody enters without permission from the champion. Yeah, what? Look, I don't care what fairy tales you heard about what's inside here. Rules are rules, buddy. Hey, I said keep out. Oh, he only has level 36. Okay, that's good, that's good. I mean, that's pretty high. Oh, they all died to flying types, too. Arcanine. No, we don't have... Ooh, maybe Starcut... Oh, 10 levels lower. Can we do it? Extreme speed. Oh, we killed Arcanine. 10 levels lower. Let's go. Oh, he poisoned me. Yes, let's steal a Pokemon, baby. Grind a bit while I research. Okay. You got someone in chat? Nice! Awesome to hear. Okay, Arbok we can't steal. Pinsir we can't steal. Arcanine, I think we had a Growlithe earlier, so we can't steal. Parasect we can't steal. When I say can't steal, it's duplicates, so we could still steal them. But yeah, they stationed me here for your own safety, you know. If the thing is in there chews you up and spits you out, that's on you. Oh, I forgot you're poisoned. Isn't that so cool? Like, that's stuff I wanted to do when I was a kid playing this game. Get out of the way. I don't need to verse the champion to catch Mewtwo. And now you could just beat him up. Oh, this game's so cool. What's a blue crown mean? Blue crown means Prime Gaming. You have Amazon Prime. And you've connected it. I think that's what that means, right? You've completed your research. Okay. What's your hint? I love this. It's so funny, actually. I'm not even gonna lie to you, so I'm gonna say this right now. Ooh! I promise you. Yes. What do you promise me? I promise you. I promise you. You need to grind. Damn it. Okay. Oh, goddamn. Oh, so this is a grinding stream. The rest of this stream. Ooh, I actually forgot to verse these guys. This is part of grinding right here. Let's steal your Tentacool. And Goldeen we've stolen. Horsey we've stolen. Stario we've stolen. Oh, we'll just take Goldeen. Has Team Rocket gone aquatic? Lol. Mewtwo is level 70. Jesus. I mean, we might be able to take out Mewtwo. You know, without grinding to level 70. But it's probably better to grind. Plus, I mean, there's trainers here, so it's a good way to grind. The scary thing is if we have to catch one of these Pokemon. I mean, if we have to release one of our beasts with the 2 you have. Yeah, I'm thinking I could beat him also. So Seeking evolves from Seadra, right? So we don't need to nickname him. I'm still taking the risk to go up against all these guys. Damn, Toxic Spikes. That's messed up. Damn, we ran out. Let's get your Tentacool, baby! Damn, we're just demolishing. Okay, I think we had a Poliwag, right? Yeah, in the beginning we had Poliwhirl. So we can't catch him. We're stealing so many freaking Pokemon. Oh my god. Were there always that many Pokemon here? Alright, let's fly back here. Did you say Seeking evolves from Seadra? No. I said Seeking evolves from... No, I wouldn't say that. I'm not that dumb. I said Seeking evolves from Goldeen, right? Wait, did I say that? No, I meant from Goldeen. Seadra evolves into Kingdra. Yes, yeah. I didn't mean that. I said I meant Goldeen in my head. I think it was because I saw a Seadra, so my head just... Listen, when you stream, it's hard to say things, okay? I'm sorry. 2 people... Okay. Maybe I said it, okay? I guess I did say it. But I didn't mean to say it. Okay? I didn't mean to say it, so stop it. Okay, Kingler... We caught a Krabby. But... So we can't do that. I feel that on an emotional level. That's why I said it, because I know you would understand as a streamer. Caught you 4K. No! Please don't tell me you clipped it. Level 56. Jesus, Drill Peck is killing everything. We got a we must have gotten a Tentacle. We must have. Who talks like that? I think we did get a Tentacle. He died. So let's steal a Tentacruel and be really cruel. Yeah, I'm so cool. Oh no, you did get Tentacle. Yep. It's easy, just mute. Then you don't have to say anything. It's true. I love how Seal was faster than me. Like what? What the heck? Thank God we have all these Pokemon. Oh, I love the song. I really don't want to release any Pokemon right now. I don't want to risk losing, you know, these guys that we've been training up for so long. Oh, please have... watch her have, like, a special Oh, no. Just a Seeking. Okay. I'd rather get Sunbird than have my Pokemon stolen. Duh? It's kind of a dumb thing to say. Damn, look at that. Look at that, baby. Stealing every Pokemon we can. Ooh. Does a... Oh, come on. Does a Cloyster count? Oh, we had Shelter, so yeah. Well, stolen, it looks pretty damn cool. Thanks, bro. There we go. There's so many trainers here. Oh my god. Come on. Damn it. Poison. Ooh. Oh. I almost died. Oh, I'm stealing your Seadra for almost killing me, bro. What the hell's wrong with you? You know what? We're just gonna heal up. We're not gonna fly back, because I think... Yeah, you know what? We'll fly back. We could fast forward. Someone beat beat Mewtwo with a few level 30 Pokemon, so it might not be too hard of a battle. They did lose 2 to 3 Pokemon. I mean, it's cool to train our guys. But yeah, let's verse Mewtwo. But, yeah. I wish we could steal Mewtwo. That would be so hot. It sucks. We can't catch him. BDSP postgame music sounds amazing, by the way. I don't remember the postgame music. After the 24-hour stream, the credits were rolling, and I just like... Oh, he's saying postgame, not even credits music. Oh. I've been itching to play it, but I've been doing other stuff. I'm most likely going to play it on Thanksgiving, because I'm going to my cousin's house, and my cousin and brother haven't beaten it yet. So I'll probably like... Oh, it's so enjoyable to like watch, like to look at, you know? But you can't fast forward like this game. That's the difference. Do we verse him? Do we want to verse Mewtwo right now? I mean, okay. If we verse Mewtwo, we have to heal up. So let's at least go to Viridian and like buy some potions, you know? That seems smart, you know? As soon as he beat Cynthia, he quit due to timer and possibly stress. I didn't quit. What? I didn't. Yeah, it's due to the timer. I actually would have loved to keep playing theoretically, but it felt right to end it there, and we went 20 minutes over. It wasn't really stress. I was actually, and being sleep deprived. I was actually pretty like upbeat. I was pretty energetic at that point, but I was like, you know, when you stream and you finish an objective, like beating a game or something, it feels weird to continue streaming. Or like when you're not even streaming, when you just, I don't know. I was in that mood of like, okay, I've beaten it, you know? Yeah, she was a pain. Oak, when you get the national deck. Yeah, have fun with these 300 plus Pokemon now available to you. Yo, how many Pokemon are available in this game? Not that many, right? Okay, Energy Root is basically a better Hyper Potion, right? So let's buy, how many? 61. We could buy 61. All right, let's buy 35 of them, okay? I don't know what else we should spend money on, really. We have, let's buy 3 heal powders, I guess. No point of revival herbs. And super repels, I don't really feel like we need. Milotic was a pain with recover. Yeah, true. Why you question marketing? I think only the original 151 are in this game since it's based on Gen 1. No, not in this game, in BDSP. Giraffig had Sap Sipper. Garchomp had Rough Skin. Milotic had a Flame Orb for Marvel Scale. It was nuts. They also have citrus berries and stuff, yeah. But I think that's probably what the original was like too. I think Cynthia's possibly the hardest champion ever. No? Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. Alright, time to verse Mewtwo, guys. Kinda scared of doing it, not gonna lie. Kinda want to make Birdie at least level 60. Yeah, let's get Birdie to level 60. Okay, not against level 6s though. He needs to train against like level 40s. Cinnabar Island should have high-ish level wild Pokemon. They don't. We could verse the gym. We could start versing each gym, but we can't steal their Pokemon. I don't know what to do in this case, to be honest. Oh, these guys are too low level. Where's the best place to train in this game? I had to sweep with literal trash, the trash cloak Wormadon. Oh, there's 493. Okay. Yeah, so I was kind of... I probably would have been able to beat it one shot easy. I used a bunch of potions and stuff. But because we were on a time limit, and I took my time earlier on the stream, since I wanted to beat it in 24 hours, we just kind of rushed through it. We didn't train beforehand, you know? But we had very high level Pokemon because of the auto XP share thing, which is insane in that game. And we didn't have a 6th Pokemon until Dialga, which was terrible. I wanted a different Pokemon. We had 3 Pokemon weak to ground, which is why Garchomp was so annoying also. Thankfully, we caught a Bronzong with Levitate, though, so that was very helpful. He's very tanky and stuff, but yeah. People have already said Cynthia is one of the hardest champions, if not the hardest. Yep. Cynthia is now the strongest ever level-wise. Really? What level? I don't even remember. It was literally the other day I played, but they weren't like crazy level, were they? All right, you know what? I'm not taking any more risks. We could probably train in the cave against the wild Pokemon in the cave. That's probably smart. What about streaming you completing the Pokédex and BDSP? So I'm trying to grow as a streamer by streaming content that I can make for YouTube and kind of like do YouTube and Twitch. I don't know if that's content for YouTube, but I will probably try to complete the Pokédex. Plus, I don't know how interesting that would be to watch. I got every new encounter and I was still lower level than 67. Oh yeah, her Garchomp, her highest Pokemon is like 67. That's right. I was like, what the hell? I don't think I've ever seen a trainer have a level 67 before before the game, before he beat the game. Garchomp with the highest is 66, or the rematches make the level even higher. Yeah, or 66, 67. Yeah, whatever. But like, my Pokemon more like. To be fair, if I versed almost every single trainer in that game. If I didn't rush to get to Victory Road, and I versed every trainer in Victory Road, and every trainer in the water to Victory Road, we probably would have beaten Cynthia not pretty easy, but easier. Ooh, this is cool. I'm pretty certain of that. Grind and talk. Do you think I should grind? Do you think grinding is necessary? Are you serious? Electrode? Okay, that doesn't do that much damage. It has self-destruct too, though. I don't like these matchups. But I can't use Snake, because Snake will be useless against Mewtwo. This is like, this is not good. Ooh, I don't know. I can't even train there in the thing. And Dodrio's not even that good, stats-wise. Mewtwo will obliterate him. Oh, I don't know what to do. I mean, we have... Oh, I forgot. We have Crunch on Snake. So that could be useful, actually. What the hell just happened? Look at my guy! He just glitched. That's hilarious. You do avoid a good handful of trainers. Yep. Lame-o glitch. Oh, it fixed. Should we just move on? Take the risk of losing a Pokemon? I didn't really want to do that, but... Let's just see what happens. Okay. These are all duplicates, so that's good. Whew. I think we versed all of these guys. Yo, what's up, bro? Okay, yeah, we did. Hey, we made it to Seafoam. Ooh, there's a police officer. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Check out my latest video. We're not naming you. The amount of Pokemon we've stolen is insane, actually. As part of Lance's anti-crime initiatives, I've been sent here to guard nesting places of certain Pokemon of national importance. Ooh, interesting. Then it'll give me access. What? What the heck? Everywhere, living the night. If you die, then you gotta restart unless you do a test battle. Yeah, but is a test battle, like, fair? I feel like a test battle is kind of cheating. You know? Like, that doesn't feel fair. Now, actually, I was thinking Crunch would be useful, but I'm an idiot. It wouldn't be useful, because he would just, like, psychic me and I would just die. Yeah, give me the night. Alright. So I shouldn't even be training Snake right now. It's all about Birdo. Red dice. The worst thing would be if we go up against a Pokemon we don't have, and we have to like you know, release Birdo. Then we'll I don't know how I would feel about that. Birdo's literally level 60 right now, and we're getting so lucky to be, you know. Okay, this is the last trainer. Ba-da-ba, I mean, wouldn't it be fair in a ROM like this? It took you practically a whole stream just to get past red. True. I guess you're right. You know what? I guess you're right. This is a test run, okay? This is a test run to catch Mewtwo. A very scary test run. I should edit. I should save. Fathers and about to paradise. Let me just save and save. Save outside Cerulean. Yep. I'm one step ahead of you, bro. Oh, okay. So that leads to nothing. I don't really remember going through this cave in Leaf Green. Oh, bag is full. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Okay. I'm assuming this is the ladder I need to go to. Max Elixir. Okay, that could actually be useful. So what do I get rid of in my bag? Should I toss lemonades and stuff? We have 6 rare candies. Should I just spam rare candies? Getting pretty tired. Alright, see ya. Thanks, Sammy. Thanks for popping in as well. I appreciate it. Gato gozaimasu. Alright, the entrance works. That's what she said. What's up? Here, Dad. How are ya? We're gonna get rid of... that might actually be useful. We're gonna get rid of... Ooh, let's actually give items to Pokemon. All night. All night. We could give Life Orb. Kind of risky. Okay, we should be able to pick this up now. Oh. Yo, this cave is so big, like my mom. What? That is not actually... I don't know why I said that. PP up. Damn it. You know what? I don't care about no X special, okay? We gotta sell some items. At least the pearls and stuff. Let's see if we could get anything good, though. Working hard lately. Yeah, okay. Just kidding, just kidding. How you been? How you been, bro? How you been? He's been working hard lately and hating his life because he can't watch Ping Pong Moosters and how amazing he is in video games. Yo, you don't even know this game here that you're being. This game is crazy. Alright? This is not just catching, or maybe you do know this game. Maybe I'm talking out of my butt. You probably do. You know a lot of things. Oh, an Ultra Ball. But we're going for YouTube right now. For Mewtwo right now. This is Team Rocket, bro. I'm not supposed to catch him. Or I don't need to. This is a Nuzlocke, bro. I don't want to. I can't catch him. You finished it? Oh, yeah? Well, do you know the Nuzlocke rules, huh? Going for YouTube? What? What do you mean going for YouTube? Oh. You know what? Let me just use... He still did damage on me. I felt like that was good. Oh, we're gonna verse him. Let's get a super potion in here. There we go. Last super potion, baby. That's what you said, going for YouTube? Going for Mewtwo. I said going for Mewtwo. Okay, that one I didn't misspeak, okay? I said going for Mewtwo. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. Alright, let's see. Max Revive, the most useless item. Electrode, get away from me. Ultra Ball. This must be the way, right? Damn, he's so like deep in the cave. There he is, boys! Boys and girls, ladies and gentle women. The beautiful man. Oh, I plan to play Adventure Red in the future. Listen, as soon as I could edit Nuzlocke fast, or get an editor for Nuzlocke, I'll be pumping out videos, okay? Right now, it takes a long time to edit. Just because I have so much footage to go through. I'm going for Mewtwo, not YouTube. I was telling him earlier he should, though. Yeah. Mr. Mutant Lab Pokemon. Hell yeah. Moment of truth. So you've come. Wait, did I save? I was waiting for you, Punk. Hey! T.O.D. The scientists who sent you here, who thought my psychic powers weakened in the years past. They're wildly mistaken. I'm stronger, sharper, deadlier than I ever was. Wait, you've nothing to threaten me with. Even the Master Ball you wield could work against me. I could cut off the arm you throw it with before the first contraction of your muscles. Jesus Christ! But that would give me little pleasure. Instead, give me an engaging, forceful, fair Pokemon battle. And I will tell you what you came here to find out. Oh, I'm kind of scared. Like an infant craving its mother's milk. These impulses I was given, they make a decade an eternity, with no worthy enemies to put my dormant powers to bear against. That makes sense. On your guard, trainer. Give me your all. I'm scared. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of Matisse Yahoo when I was younger. Please don't do insane damage on Birdo. Birdo is normal flying. Watch him have Thunderbolt or something. Alright, let's see how much Pursuit does. Okay, he sets up with a light screen. That's already annoying. It does like nothing! Alright, maybe Drill Peck. Drill Peck will do more, right? Psychic, don't do too much. What the hell?! Anyway, we just got into the cave. Should we go for Mewtwo? I don't know. I think we should train longer. I think it would be a bad idea to go for Mewtwo now. So we're going to train Birdo to be able to counter Mewtwo. Or, you know, maybe someone else on our team here. What do you mean, clipped? That psychic hurts. Luckily, this is a test run. I literally said it was a test run, okay? I literally said it, okay? That's the first time I've ever done something like that, okay? Don't worry. When I make the video, okay, it'll be part of the video, okay? It'll just be, you know, we're just gonna ignore that, okay? We're just gonna ignore it. I actually don't know how to counter Mewtwo. What the hell do we do here? It's not cheating, guys. It's not cheating, okay? I was test running. Okay, Mewtwo. Mewtwo is insanely strong, right? But he's just a psychic type. His defense and special defense are essentially the same. So, nothing to do there. Zero entertainment? You know what? Go work, bro. Go work, alright? Leave. Listen, what am I supposed to do, huh? Do you guys have a good strategy for this, huh? Any good strategies in town? I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm assuming the fastest thing would be to just train Birdo. Birdo's special defense is not even that bad. Jesus. You need a specially bulky Mon with a darker bug move? Well, obviously. But these are my only chances right now. Maybe I have some TM that I could Take me high, make me fly like an arrow by the sky. I only have Torment. I only have Thief. Which I think Crunch... Wait. I mean, we have... Thief is better than Pursuit, possibly. But I think he's... Yeah, so we could take out Pursuit for Thief. And that should be slightly better. And now we just gotta train him up. Yeah, I need to level up. Have you considered calling its bluff and using the Master Ball? Then releasing the Fool? I have, but my assumption is because when I versed Mewtwo, he said, I'm expecting a fair fight. My assumption is that if I throw the Master Ball, he'll, like, knock it off, like, knock it away. Or it'll say, you can't use that item. Or, you know, something. It seems like the story wants me to keep it. I could be wrong, of course, but, you know. Deleted from this realm. Unless he gets paid. At least he gets paid. So Arbok has a higher special defense, but Dodrio is faster. Unfortunately, not faster than Mewtwo. Though unless you overlevel. Well, the problem with Arbok, bro, is that Poison dies to Psychic. IQ plus. I remember that. IQ plus. So like, he would get demolished even more than Birdo. So now we could train one of the other guys, but I don't know about that. I don't know where to find the strongest Pokemon to train against. I mean, in the thing is one place, but they had Voltorbs and stuff, which is not a good thing to train against, you know. Mewtwo would probably threaten you for trying it. Yeah, best spot to train would be in Cerulean Cave. Yeah, but they had like they had stuff that like kills Dodrio, you know. They had like Voltorbs and stuff. But you know, maybe I just run away from the Voltorbs every time. Could do switch training. Yeah, I guess. Let him have positive. I didn't have positive. I had neutral. Why are you negative-ing it? Oh my god, bro. You're so racist. That is like so racist. Actually, this should be fine if the no Voltorb pop up. Oh, this is perfect. I meant Electrobes. What'd I say? Voltorbs. Yeah, and Magnetons like that. But I could switch train, yeah. I just gotta pay attention. I just gotta... Because if he... Oops, wrong Pokemon. If he dies like that, listen. I can't reset. I'm not gonna lie. If Birdo dies, I don't know if I would even be that sad if one of the guys died. Because we have a lot of strong Pokemon on our PC. What if that's a strat? What if we make one of them die? But the problem is they're all like level 30s. Birdo needs to be a high enough level to take on Mewtwo. We could alternatively train everyone else a little bit so they could take on Mewtwo, get hurt, and just sacrifice their lives. I mean, who cares, right? We have so many Pokemon. Problem with that is... I hate Wobbuffet. Jesus. Problem with that, of course, is that we don't even know if that'll, like work. I don't know if he has Recover, if Mewtwo has Recover. Marowak is in PC. You could also have some stronger Mons in PC as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I would have to train them, like, so many levels. I mean, Birdo got KO'd by one shot, but he also was, what, 12 episodes... Oh, I didn't mean to use Fly. That was an accident. He's 12 episodes lower. So how much should I, you know, care about that? I don't know. Marowak can be useful, yeah. Marowak's not even, like, that amazing, but... Let's go, Fly time. No, oh yeah, Electrode, yeah. Can you use Rock Slide, please? There you go. But maybe it would be smarter to train them up anyway. Also, having stronger moves. I mean, the move we taught Birdo is... Oh, Mod Bomb works on him. It's not too bad. But, you know. This might be just training. Training montage. Let's go heal up. No risks here. Why did I literally... Alright, let's see how much money we are. 402,000! Guys, we have 402,000! Oh, ow, that hurt. Oh, I never do that, but that was worthy of a cringy... what's it called? What's that called again? Well, you guys know what it's called. I checked my TMs already. I don't have any bug. I'm checking again, bro. I don't need to check them. I don't have anything. I don't have bug goes dark moves. That's not to say that I don't have good moves to teach. I have dig, brick break, blizzard, bullet seed. I mean, blizzard is, you know, surf. But, you know, he's a psychic type. Maybe surf would be good with Starmie. Actually, Starmie is kind of bulky, no? Is training Starmie up worth it? I remember Starmie being pretty bulky. Water Psychic. I mean, if he has Psychic as his strongest move... What, do you guys know what moves he has? Dab. Oh, yeah, it's called Dab. Thank you. Do you know what moves Mewtwo has? He has Psychic... He has light screen, which ups his special defense. I don't know what else he has. How did he put me to sleep while I was in the air? Are you serious? Wake up, Birdo, you suck. This is Drill Peck. Starmie's slightly less bulky than Mewtwo. Yeah, but if we had like Starmie plus Dodrio. You know, very high level. If we had like a level 60 Starmie, I wonder how we would do. By the way, slightly less bulky than Mewtwo is a great... I mean, it's better than Birdo. Birdo kind of sucks. Oh... The thing is, I don't know what moves Mewtwo has. That's the only problem. Hey, Sai! You have 31k points? Wow. Maybe I should have left that at 100k for or I mean 500k for VIP. Nah, 100k is fine probably. How you doing though? Let's go. I mean, so Starmie would be Psychic would not be not very effective, right? Because Psychic against Psychic is not very effective, or is it? Yeah, it's not very effective. So Starmie would be able to tank Psychics pretty well. That's actually probably one of the most important things going up against Mewtwo. Let me see. What moves? Surf. He could also just Surf, and he has Recover and Confuse Ray. Actually, Starmie could be amazingly helpful. Just increase it by 50k every time someone buys it or something. I feel like that's kind of messed up. Maybe, though, maybe. For VIP, maybe, because there's a limited amount of VIPs. For God Monkey, well, keep it same price. Been great since I'm less stressed because I submitted all my requirements. So let's go! Good job, bro. All your requirements. In APP, it's good because it's more interesting now to get God Monkey. Okay. Because I put it lower, right? Can you stop using annoying moves on me? Gonna try and search for its moves? Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Ooh, you learned Thrash. Is it useful teaching you Thrash? It's actually a stab move. Should I teach him Thrash, guys? Oh my god, Drill Peck is more powerful than Fly. Why do I keep forgetting this? I'm such an idiot. I'm so tempted to teach Thrash. We need Thief, though. for type coverage. I'll take out fly, but we needed to actually fly from place to place. We won't learn Thrash. We could go to some guy to relearn moves anyway, so it's fine. Or just remove immunity on God Monkey and let the pressure make everyone poor. I thought of doing that. Like, what do I have to lose, right? But that's kind of feels bad, man, you know? It's hard for me to be, like, that rude. But that's probably the best. In the moonlight. Possibly the best decision. Maybe I hold a pole for that. Oh my god, if a snake dies, snake, then that would be sad. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Keep running. He got one shot though. I honestly don't think he could take on. I'm really tempted to train Starmie. But if you go back to weekly instead of monthly, you could probably lower it to a month or so. True. That is true. Mewtwo knows. Ooh, yes. What does Mew... Thank you for your research. It is widely... Thank you. Amnesia... Oh my god. Jesus. That's actually an annoying group of moves. But at the same time, it's nice to know that his only attacking move is Psychic. So actually, training Starmie might be the best shot we have. Because he's not going to take much damage. He's kind of tanky from what I remember. He has Confuse Ray. He has Recover. And that's pretty much all the reasons. But we need to go somewhere that's, you know, higher level Pokemon. We could verse gym leaders now. Or at least gym, you know. Or I could just train here. Got it almost every night. All these Pokemon pop out every second. It's not worth training against them. What? Dancing in the moon. Ooh, this is a good level Pokemon. Kind of annoying though, because it's a Tentacool. Okay. What do you guys think of training Starmie? Route 12. Oh, Route 12. Should we go do this thingy? Route 12. Where's Route 12? Moonlight. This song's annoyingly okay. Wait, where's Route... This is Route 12? Where's the guy here? The fisherman. There's supposed to be a fisherman's brother here. I don't remember talking to him, though. Did we never go past this? Oh, no, we did. Last point. Oh, this is Route 11, huh? Now I'm just confusion. Oh, it must be this guy. What the... Oh, we steal his book. I've at last managed to perfect the formula for creating the most super rod known to man. The rod is made from sturdy but regular materials. I infused it with the odor of a female Gyarados. It's the sea Pokemon with the greatest sex appeal. What? My brother told me he had a pink-haired spy scent on him. Do you promise not to tell the guru my secrets? Ah, fine. What will he give me in return? He gave me a Magikarp? I can't use it, you stupid! I should have just freaking told him the secrets. God damn it. I wish they let my character just tell him the secret anyway. That is frustrating. Let's see. He's probably gonna verse me. A free copy of their own superior bots. But I'm the original guru, you know. Aw, damn it. He probably would have just given me a rod, though. Which is useless, though. I wonder if he would have been able to run away from Mewtwo. I tried to. It kept saying can't run away, kept running away. But you're right. I wonder if, you know, if I were still able to, you know. It's a good question. Yeah, we're not gonna practice against the level 8 Pokemon, okay? We need a freaking real challenge here. These Pokemon should be kind of high level. How do I do this? Oh, here, like this. There we go. Tentacruel. Time for grind session. Grind time. We're grinding for Mewtwo. The scary thing is, if we lose Starmie at like level 70, it's not scary, but Jesus Christ, that would be so annoying. The game might have entered you to fight the gym leaders. Oh, like might push you to fight the intended you to. That's actually a good point. Maybe we just verse it. Who cares if we can't steal the Pokemon? It might be better that we can't steal the Pokemon. It'll be easier to train against. To help level you up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the game probably doesn't think you're going to do a Nuzlocke, right? So, where's the first gem? Pewter City. Hopefully they don't have crazy level guys. Can I see your trainer card? Oh, wow. Excuse me, Mr. Smith. Come right in. Level 29. Oh, the game definitely intends you to verse it. Can I steal his Pokemon? I can! I thought it wouldn't let me because it's in a gym. You're pretty hot, but not as hot as Brock. What the hell? They definitely didn't intend a Nuzlocke, yeah. You can't steal Brock's, though. Who cares? We could probably verse him again. And I kind of want to get all the badges. Let's see what happens. Oh, this is actually great XP. Let's go with Arbok, Snake here. Rock Slide. Just for the easy kill. These Pokemon don't count, obviously. Coil could be useful, but not gonna learn it. I mean, Star gets a lot of XP here, taking out these sucks. We just like speeding through. Oh, Amistar. That's actually a good Pokemon to use. Let's go with Mud Bomb. Took you for granted and I lost. Give me the badge, baby. Wait, what T? Oh, we got all the TMs too. Oh, that could be very useful. Wait, I wonder if we get Earthquake. If Giovanni will let us verse him. Listen, according to the rules, let me read the rules again. Every other Pokemon has a chance of getting released. I must steal every Pokemon I use and try to steal as many as possible. Okay, technically I'm not trying to steal as many as possible, but I can't steal gym leaders, so that's fine, right? That's kind of fine. It's like a loophole. It's fine. Pokemon faints must be released. Party dies. If you figure that, you cannot switch out duplicate Pokemon. Yeah, so I mean, it still follows the rules, right? Right, guys? Right? I think it still does. Cause theoretically, I could have skipped over every trainer except children and old people until I had access to versing, you know, more trainers. Like I think that's just looking into it too in depth. Depth. It would be really cool to steal their Pokemon, though. I don't know how useful it is to steal their Pokemon. Okay, I hope you feel better. Aww. Okay, so the problem about versing the gym leaders is that we can't steal their Pokemon. That's kind of a big problem. Alright, where's Misty? You're up here, right? I don't remember where Misty is. What the heck? Sinky. Isn't she in Cerulean? Yeah, she is in Cerulean. She's so far away actually from the next gym. Okay, let's see what level Pokemon they are. Should be fine. They're all gonna be like level 30s? Huh. Let's steal your horsey. Actually, things could still be bad here. If we go up a Pokemon... If we steal a Pokemon and lose one of these guys, that could be bad. I love how they don't say anything that I steal their Pokemon. It's so weird. Ooh, I could verse all the trainers without versing the gym leaders. Because that's practice too. I didn't think of that. Sometimes I'm a genius, guys. Let's see what she says. She just says it like I'm a regular trainer. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so they might get the higher gym leader. They might actually get higher level. Thankfully we have a Slowpoke. Oh my god. I really hope, you know, we don't have to steal any Pokemon. Because that would be possibly the end. The end of it all. Oh, I didn't mean to change into you. Let's surf. Surf again. Oh, let's change out. Let's go with Drill Peck here. I think we're going to heal up after this one. Starm is going to get up to level like 40-ish is my assumption. Let's steal your Kadabra. Oh, let me get back to the beginning. No! Wait, where's the beginning? Okay, level 63. Ooh. Na 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 na. Alright, research. I can give a minor spoiler, but it would probably be obvious. If you go on the same one twice, I think you go to the beginning. That's not the spoiler, right? A minor spoiler. Oh, I made my way back. Okay. I don't. That's not the spoiler. Yeah, I figured. Wait, I want to see my 420. Let's go. 420. Let's go. Our bounty's 420, guys. Do I want to know the spoiler? Oh. Why did I mud bomb? That was really dumb. Okay, stop attacking me. Oh, he keeps psychicking. I don't know why I was using him. I think I didn't verse you yet? I wonder if... Oh, no, he could actually kill me. Let's go to Birdo. Shadow Ball could have killed me. Oh, jeez. Let's steal Haunter. Oh my god, how do I get back? I think Surf should... Stop it! This guy's so annoying. Yeah, there we go. Let's go. Hey, 420k. Yeah, I don't want to know the spoiler. I mean, will the spoiler help me? It'll probably be obvious, but whether I can... I mean... You're just making me want to know, but... Huh. What can the spoiler be? Oh, there we go. It might make you stop. That probably already tells you, though. What? Like Mewtwo... Mewtwo... Oh my god. Is it that Mewtwo one-hit KOs all your guys no matter what? Because that would be... I don't even know. Not stop Mewtwo stops? Wait, what? Just... Oh, is it that I can't verse the gym leaders again later and steal their Pokemon? Because, yeah, I'm aware of that. I figured out when you went after you stubbed your toe. or maybe you've heard it, that I'm just gonna verse all the trainers for XP. I'm not gonna verse the gym leaders. I'm just gonna verse the trainers. So then I get the XP and I could steal I could steal their Pokemon later. I feel like that's pretty smart, no? No. Oh, was it that? Yeah, it was kind of obvious because when they told me earlier, they were like, "Yo, you can't." They basically said earlier, like, you don't get. They said you can't steal gym leaders, so maybe you'll want to do it when you have the ability to, or something. Oh, he knows I'm a rocket. Oh, they don't let me verse these guys, though. Okay. That makes sense, because it's a Team Rocket thing. I'm just going to every town. Koga is in this one. We already versed all the guys in Koga's gym. Blake's gym? Because it's Team Rocket affiliated, I don't even know if they would... The door is locked. Ah. Wait, we already might have finished everything. Pewter, Cerulean, Saffron, Celadon. Oh, Celadon gem. I don't know if we have cut, though. Lavender doesn't have a gem, does it? Yeah, it doesn't have a gem. Oops, did not mean to do that. So let's go to Celadon. I don't know if they'll give me... yeah. Oh, he comes! Let's go! Okay, so he actually uses it. Keep doing what you're doing then? Yeah. So it was that, yeah? Level 36! Damn, that's actually kind of high. Of course not for me, but... Shoo, gotta eat shoo. I mean, Staryu went up from like level 29. Or level 30-ish. Now it's level 34, so this is actually worth it. Oh, I think we've had Bellsprout, so it's fine to take Victory Bell. Oh, this is getting a little scary, though. We might run into a okay, we have had an Oddish, so we're fine here as well. But we might run into a Pokemon here that, you know, might not be the best. Ugh. That did a lot of damage. Why does he have Acid Spray? That's annoying. Gloom. Oops. Nope. Nope. Drill Pack. And again, we're fine here. I could look online, too, to see what Pokemon they have. So I make sure it's all duplicates, but yeah. Oh, didn't we train here for a long time? Oh, those are level 2s. I mean, it took long for Red because we didn't have access to much. Here we actually have access. I didn't think we would be versing Mewtwo. Like, Jesus, this game is crazy, bro. To Nuzlocke. And the way that I'm Nuzlocking. Oh, are you serious? Wake up, bird. Wake up. Oh my god. It's so dumb how he could be confused at the same time. IMO. Let's steal Venomoth. Yeah, we had a Venonat before. Let's grind to level 70 by battling level... It was an accident. I forgot there were level 3s there. I thought they were like level 20s or something. You know. And our guy's like level 30, so... I don't know, I'm sorry. Okay. Hopefully, they're all duplicates here. So far they are, which is kind of insane. We ran into 53 different types of Pokemon. Well, actually, evolution-wise, you know, more. Did not mean to do that. I keep forgetting to change Pokemon. Okay. So evolution-wise, we probably ran into, what, 100 Pokemon or so? It's kind of crazy. Not I always, but after playing Brilliant Diamond, I was like, Jesus Christ, you versed so many of the same Pokemon. But the truth of the matter is, there aren't many Pokemon to choose from, at least in earlier gens. So it kind of makes sense, which is cool that later gens, they can make it, like, they can mix and match more, but they don't have all the Pokemon in later gems. Ugh, it's so annoying. Like, you have 800 plus Pokemon to choose from, right? For all your trainers. And there's what, like 100 trainers to... No, more than 100 trainers probably to verse, right? You could do so much cool stuff if you had every Pokemon available. I wish, like, Gen 9 will have all the Pokemon available, because we all know Gen 9 is coming, you know? Oh, 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 pasito. Na, 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 na. I think this is... What did I say? I think this is the last gem we have access to. You know, unless we want to verse the gym leaders. So, and I screwed up. Star could have gotten a few more levels up. But, you know. We'll still execute here. I think this is the last trainer. Also has to execute. Level 39, though. That's actually pretty high. Wake up. Hey, let's go. We stole like 1 billion Pokemon. Yeah, so we versed everyone. Now we have to find a spot that's good. Oh, I forgot about her. Oops. Oh, Jesus Christ! Can you not do so much damage? That's super potion. Please don't hit yourself. Oh my God! What a loser, Birdo! You're actually a loser. You hit yourself 3 times. You don't deserve to live, Birdo. I hope you die. Jesus Christ. Level 62 though. That's pretty cool. Isn't there one more gem you can do besides maybe Blaine and Giovanni? That's what I thought, but not really. Unless they let us do the fighting gem in Saffron. So I don't know if they'll let us. Ooh, what's our bounty at? 453, baby. Oh, what? I hope we get to 1 million. I don't know if it's possible, but can you do Koga? I already versed Koga's guys. Unless they let me verse him again. Okay, they don't let me verse that. Let's see if they let. I would be surprised if they let me verse Koga's Pokemon again. Na, 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 na. I mean Pokemon. I mean trainers. Yeah, they don't let me. Good thing is, he's a higher level now, so he might be able to take on some stuff here. Oh, he could train here. Oh, okay. This is actually not bad. We just surf everyone, and surf is the first move, so we could just spam Z. This is great. Okay, this actually works out. Everything's been working out perfectly. Well, easy level 20s. Yep. I've found from my, you know, weeks of grinding that 10 levels below seems to be safe enough for Nuzlocke. And decent enough for XP, especially with speeding through. Obviously harder with, you know, if you're not doing an emulated game, but... Damn, we ran out of surfs. Could probably use a different move. Actually not really. Yeah, I'm gonna add more Pokemon for you guys to be able to guess in the future as well. I'm also gonna change it right now so it's 5 seconds instead of 10 seconds. Because part of me feels like it's... Wait. Let me put it at 5. Okay, sorry. I just put it at 5 seconds. What's up, Mills? How are ya? Okay, now I'll bring it back. How are ya? Wait, how many surfs are there? 20? 15, okay. Check out my latest puzzle. Probably have to put that on a lower timer. Hey, level 37. Yo, we're gonna be level 100 in no time. Probably another. But yeah, Mewtwo is just so freaking annoying. We might be able to train someone else somewhere else now. Maybe on the way to the Pokemon League? Do we even have access to that? Let's see. Pokemon League is here. Oh no, we don't have oh, we will have access to the first gym, right? Because we have a trainer card now. So we might be able to train in that area. Isn't that so cool? I didn't think of that. What's favorite Pokemon for each type? Dual types included? I'd have to look at every Pokemon to really think about it. Ooh, or a tier list of every Pokemon or something. But I'll probably say favorite Pokemon of each type. Ooh, he hit me first there. I don't know, that's hard. Water type. Swampert maybe? Water, well, he's water ground. Favorite from each type. Yeah, I would have to look at all of them, to be honest. Or, like, if you tell me some to compare, I could tell you what I think is better. But I would have to, like, really look in depth in it. I really like Dragonite. For Dragon. Dragon needs a ball. Oh, I mean, he's Dragon flying. So there's that. What's your favorite for each type? Let me think. Fire. What types do I like in fire types? I like Arcanine a lot. There's a lot of cool fire types though. I feel like there aren't many fire Pokemon in general, but there's a lot of, like, so many of them are cool. And then grass would probably be, I don't know, I used a lot of starters as a kid. I really liked Trico, Sceptile when I was younger. I mean, I love 3rd gen. Venusaur is kind of cool. It's hard. It's hard. I honestly would have to look at a full list. We might do a tier list of that in the future, though. That sounds cool. Like favorite, you know, grass types, and then listing all of them, or like going through all of them or something. That actually sounds pretty cool. Once he gets to level, or oh, Starmie has no gender. Once Starmie gets to level 40, I think we'll try to train somewhere else, because 20 levels above I think is too easy. Also, I kind of want a better move than Swift. Oh, we can tier list stream. Yeah, well, I'm thinking to start doing tier lists before or after the Pokemon streams, and putting those on a separate channel, and just having a channel based off reactions to videos and tier lists. I'm gonna talk to a guy to maybe edit that stuff also, which would make it easier for me to handle that, like, workload or whatever. Only thing is, I so want to get, like, I have to edit Gaia, and I haven't edited this at all. So I'm a bit, you know, behind on that stuff. So this weekend I gotta go ham on editing, and if we do that, then I might start streaming longer. Yes, no, destiny. But we'll see. Weekend tier list stream. Yeah, I might. Yeah, like I said, I might end up doing it every day. I don't know why I read it twice. Sorry, but I wanna put more content out there in the ether, you know. Should just pick a few days you do stream to not stream and maybe edit. So the way I was doing it before was working really well, which is every day I would edit and stream, and that actually worked out really well because I just edited a little every stream, every day. So by the time, like, you know, I would only have to do like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 like big editing sessions because I already edited through a lot of the fluff. But lately, every day instead of editing, I spend a lot of time on, like, I have been spending a lot of time, like, improving the stream on, like these different zoom-ins, and then prepping for new ROM hacks and thumbnails, and for Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and stuff. So yeah, I've been falling behind a bit. So I think oh, thanks for the stretch and hydrate. So I think I basically have to I have to make my editing process faster. And at least for now, I have to prioritize editing. It's just there's so much you could do, and I get excited to like do a bunch of different things. But yeah, I have to concentrate on editing, especially like editing like through the fluff in the beginning is a bit boring. But the speed up lag. Oh, there's speed up lag. Is there? I don't feel like there's speed up lag. If you don't get an editor soon. Oh, yeah. I hate editing. Hey, what's up, Saki? What's up, Spicy? Yeah, bro. Editing is, I like editing when, I mean, for your vids, I saw you put a new video out. I haven't watched it yet, though. But, like, for your vids, it's like one of the most annoying types of editing, I feel. Because it's like dialogue and I don't know, you don't get to have much fun with that type of editing. And it's kind of the same with the Pokemon stuff, but sometimes I like adding like stuff and zoom ins and stuff like that. And that I really like doing edits like that. Like zoom ins and different effects and maybe add in, if I say Pikachu, then I put a Pikachu on screen. That's just fun to do. But just going through like 25, 30, 40 hours of footage and just trying to like cut it down is so boring. But yeah, it doesn't show as much now, but before it was for a good 30 seconds. Oh, damn. Really? There's no lag on my side, so it must be on your side. No offense. I've always wanted to edit my videos, but I didn't and still don't have access to a computer to do so. So I think you could, depending on the content, for your videos, I remember seeing some of your videos. It's different, but if you do like recording yourself, you could edit those types of videos on your phone. There's this one huge YouTuber. She has like 300K or a million subs, and she edits on her phone for thumbnails and videos completely. So it's definitely possible. I miss editing those types of videos. Yeah, Nick is planning on doing them with his FIFA channel. Yeah, well, he told you about his FIFA channel. Yeah, I have to talk to you soon. It's been a while, especially about like the YouTube game, to see like what you think about stuff, I guess. But yeah, how have you been enjoying the Minecraft stuff? Spicy here is a successful YouTuber who I've known for like a year now, yeah? Awful? I figured that was your answer. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you're still doing it, to be honest. How you didn't burn out yet. Like, I feel like it's very hard to not burn out when you're doing something you don't really like doing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, this song sounds decent, Nathan. Sounds alright. Medicaid will solve them. What the heck? Oh, Safari Zone might be good to train, actually. These are just oddities. That's not the best place. Yeah, but editing on PC is probably way easier compared to mobile. Yeah. I can kind of make edits with CapCut and thumbnails with the thumbnail maker, just not nearly as good. Yeah, but you could still make pretty good stuff. Like, I think Spicy, don't you make thumbnails on your phone? I remember you talked to me about burning out, and I just ignored your advice. So it's very wrong to do that. Yeah, so you do feel like you're burning out, yeah? I think it's very hard to do something that you don't like for a long time. No matter what it is, on YouTube, in real life, I think that's just very hard for people to do. I remember when I worked in Japan and I was an English teacher, and I knew some other English teachers that hated their job. Like, I remember how hard it was for them to just go to work. They would try to find excuses to leave work early. Like, it's like, at that point, I feel like, I don't know, you got to change stuff up. But then again, it depends what your objective is. So I don't know. But let me look for this girl. I really want to find this girl to give some inspiration, because I'm not much of an inspiration at the moment. What's this? There's this girl who makes videos. Maybe you guys know her. She's this black girl. I'm just saying. I don't know. Nowadays, I feel like it's weird to just identify people as, you know, and just say like that she was a black. Anyway, she's a black girl who is like who makes videos on like just what's going on in her life. And I think once she talked about how she makes videos and how she basically edits her thumbnails on mobile and videos and stuff. But yeah, burning out is 100% real, you know. And when I was in Japan, I never burnt out. I don't think ever, because I freaking loved my job with a passion. I do want to do more reaction stuff though. I do like doing that, or like tier lists and stuff, because I like arguing and stuff like that. What do you like to do, Spicy? You got to figure that out, because you could probably move over to something else and still be successful. Because you're very clever with how YouTube works. If you're still here. I don't know why I'm still training Star here. I think it's because I don't know why actually. Why am I still it's like for each challenge. The last time we trained this hard was for Red. So I think Star would be pretty good though. We'll do pretty good. Maybe we go into the sea over here, and we'll be able to do good. Oh, they're only level 6s here? I didn't even pay attention. I want to do other mods than Pixelmon, but Pixelmon videos are for now. So you don't mind doing Minecraft still? It's just the Pixelmon, yeah? And then you come to me where I'm playing Pokemon. Yeah, I paid attention that you, I mean, Pixelmon seems to be doing the best, right? On your channel. So it's a question of, like, how much do you want to balance, like, success with personal pleasure? It was gone for a while, still AFK? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying stuff. No worries. Other mods, let's pick some on videos for now. Do you feel like you've burnt out already, or already? I mean, it's been a while, but... Or do you feel like you're still going strong? Jesus, I run out of strength so quickly. See, the thing that I like about... Well, I can't really speak. I haven't been successful on YouTube yet, you know? But I get to play a bunch of different games, so it's always new and fresh. La 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 la. I need to find a place that has only fire Pokemon that are like level 30 to train against. I'm actually gonna try to go to the Elite Four right now. Let's see. Ooh, level 19. I could have trained here too. No, I'm such an idiot. Went on a little hiatus, but I'm back in action. Ah, so you did feel a bit burned out. Took a little break and you're back. Nice. Very nice. Bro, I don't know how you do it. Well, I do know how you do it. A lot of work. Are you even a real trainer? Show me your license. Oh, I don't get access to the wild Pokemon yet. Damn it. Do I verse Misty? I don't know if there are high-level Pokemon there. That's the only... Daniel. I get barely any XP from these sucky Pokemon. But they pop out much faster, so it might be better to come here. Spicy, what type of content do you want to make? Not YouTuber you, but just Spicy you. What does Sakib want to do? Isn't this so interesting to watch? I'm literally just taking out Radicate. Oh yeah, I think you did. Did you? I think you did mention that to me once. Yeah. Valorant, but I'm trash. Have you seen Lux's vid? Well, yeah, you probably have seen Lux's like more recent videos, right? He does purely Valorant right now. Huh. Valorant. I'm guessing you don't have time to try out both, right? Like maybe make a separate channel for Valorant and continue Minecraft. Cause like you don't have to be, well, I don't know. Like I guess like if you would just want to stream it with friends and stuff, you don't need to. You know, you could do that as a side thing that could possibly become something. And you already have an audience, but that audience is for Minecraft. Yeah, I bet you would probably be like the ways the cons outweigh the pros for making a new channel for it or streaming it or something, right? No separate channels for me. Too much work. Makes sense. You put like 12 hours a day right now, right? Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, you might. You're actually making money. You might want to look into getting an editor and just doing Valorant on the side or something as like an experiment type of thing. But again, that might still be too much work. I might be getting an editor soon. I don't know about money, but yeah, for that. But yeah. How is your latest video performing? Let me see. Spicy Hindu. 116k. Sheesh. Damn. I like that thumbnail a lot, by the way. For anyone wondering, this is what I'm looking at. This is Spicy's video channel. This is Spicy's channel. You have 8 videos only, and yet insane amount of work and stuff into it. Damn Daniel. It's interesting to see that the 30-minute video has 6 million views. Honestly, this thumbnail is just so good. I feel like I don't know what about it is so. I mean, a lot of them are really good. Huh. Anyway, I think if you change the first, like, I'm not a professional, you know better than me, but I think if you change the first thumbnail to like those half thumbnails where half of it shows, you know, like the before and the other half shows after, it would be like better possibly, because so many people do that on YouTube, and it looks like that's successful. Like if I type in like Minecraft mod, I don't know what is it, Minecraft. Like they always do stuff like this. It seems like that gets a lot of views, like this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit talking out of my butt also. My recent one took 5. Whoa! Wait, your recent video took only 5 hours to make? To edit? It only took you 5 hours? Jesus! You've become a beast editor. Hell yeah. Or you haven't edited it much? Do you think it's objectively worse than your other videos, or do you think it's still like a top tier video that you've just gotten better at editing? Oh, the thumbnail. Oh, okay. I was like, Jesus Christ, how'd you edit the video in 5 hours? A 40-minute video. Okay, the thumbnail, that makes more sense. I like the new one, but it looks like it's there's too much on it, maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. The whole video took 47 days. Wow. That deserves a wow. That's actually crazy. That's actually really great. How many hours do you think it took you? Welcome back, Prince. What takes you the longest when you edit? Is it the writing out the dialogue, cutting everything together, doing the voiceover, or is it like all equally as long? You're back, and we have start me at level 45. That's not bad. Almost 60. I don't know where else to train. I mean, we could go back to Cerulean Cave soon. Yeah, once we get to like level 55, maybe? Or 60, we could go back to Cerulean Cave and train, probably. 2 weeks worth of work, probably. 2 weeks, Jesus. The script takes the longest. What's your process, if you don't mind me asking, of you going through the script? Because I feel like my dialogue's not the best. As soon as I come back and the 80s start, yeah. This song should be like 2 minutes long. Honestly, it gets annoying after like 2 minutes. BRB? Alright. Like, this should be the end of this song. That's it. After the song, the song just doesn't mean anything. Actually, nah, this sounds pretty awesome. I'm gonna add that later. A dancing thing. Where I press a button and the whole screen goes into like dancing mode. That MIB is coming for you? What is MIB again? There goes the officer and his girl. Yeah, he's with her for quite some time. Kinda sus if you ask me. Bring the ding ding, bring the down down. Huh. Actually, we haven't spent that much time grinding. It seems longer than it actually is. Because we versed so many Pokemon, but it's just sped up, you know? What is MIB? Secret Service of British? Secret Service? Oh, Men in Black. Oh, that could be it. By the way, I thought... So I plan out the gameplay. I do the gameplay. I cut the footage into clips and script. Do the voiceover and then edit the voice clips with the footage. Gotcha. For me... I know no one asked, but for me... I know what Men in Black is, Nathan. I don't need to look it up. Bro, I watched Men in Black before you were born, Nathan. That's probably not true, but... So, yeah, for me, I don't plan out the gameplay, because it's kind of... Well, I plan out the Nuzlocke rules and stuff. I plan out the thumbnail and title. I've been trying to do that before even editing the video or, like, starting off streaming the video. Then I used to every day edit little by little, cut it down. But I haven't been able to lately. You know, I cut it down from like 26 hours of footage to like, 2 hours or whatever. Then I create voiceover, cutting it down even further. But while I cut it down, I try to add like the script also. Not voiceover, script. And then I do voiceover. And then I add like effects and stuff, and yeah. But yeah, but I probably don't spend as much time as you do on your vids. I need to spend more time on my script for my vids. How do you know MIB? Okay, listen. There's a lot of acronyms in the world, okay? Look, if I go to Google and I type in all acronyms, don't ask me why I would do that, okay? Alright? Wait, what? Just a list of all acronyms. Just give me a list of... Oh my god, I thought this would be so much better. List of all acronyms. Okay? Alright, if I came here, okay? And I told you, hey, no, that one's easy. If I said, hey, BBW... No. Never mind. Alright, never mind. Yeah, I should have known that. I don't know, okay. I forgot, okay? I just forgot. Alright, we forget things sometimes in life. It's fine. My favorite MIB movie is probably the first or third. I haven't watched them in a long time. I don't even remember them that much, to be honest. I don't even remember which ones I watched. So Google up MIB. I know what Men in Black is, bro. Mike's a bitch. Exactly. Men in Black is not really what it's called. It's Mike's a bit. Oh no! Prince on Discord is Mikey. Damn, we got some drama in chat. Yo, should I start just like going to other Twitch channels and creating drama for no reason? I remember when I was playing Pokemon Unite. For those that were there, they'll remember too. I would go into other people's chats and be like, "Yo, you want to talk?" Mikey, not Mike. The Y counts. Yeah, the Y counts. Yeah. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. Jesus. Just get to level 50 already. Bro, I know what MIB... Okay, what's gonna pop out? Is it gonna be Mike Sabish? Yeah, Men in Black. I know. Mebabyte. Come on, I thought you were talking about megabytes. That's why I was confused. Come on, bro. Still 4/5 of Bish. Because then your channel would probably get hated or reported so much. Not really. I mean, I've done it before. How could you get... What would you get reported for? If I come into chat and I'm like, hey, you want to talk on Discord? I'm a streamer too. I'm playing the same game as you. And they're like, no, get out of here. Then that's it. I don't harass them. I just go away, you know? I did that a while ago. It was kind of funny. And it's just fun to do different stuff. That's how I met Cash Shoe, actually. But most people make an excuse, are too shy, or if they're big enough, they're like, he just wants to leech off of me, and then they don't talk to me. It's a common anagram, PP. Yes. Okay, listen. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, I'm just a human being. All right. Is that not good enough, guys? I thought you mean like those people that just take it too far. No, I'm not gonna go in and be like, yo, join right now, or I'm gonna like how could you not join my stream? Like I'm not like that. No, it's a weird thing to do for sure. The few times I did it, I was like, I'll have some hot sauce on stream right now if you come say hi. You know, I try to give them some incentive, some entertainment value, you know, in exchange. And then if they're like, no, then I'm like, oh, okay. Have a good day. And I leave. But I've been able to have a couple conversations. The problem is, I don't know. I have to find people that are like weirdos like me. You know? It's hard to find that, I feel. There was one guy that was like willing to play Pokemon Unite with me. But I never end up playing Pokemon Unite ever again. So, that didn't really work out. Level 48, you think... You know what? I think we're good enough to go to Cerulean. And verse the cave. Not verse Mewtwo. Verse the caves. Don't tell me you said that to the person that allowed me to see you. No. I didn't say that to her. No, we were playing Among Us. That was on YouTube. I only did that a little bit, like for 2-3 weeks, and like maybe 30 channels in total. You know. Hey, I'm shameless. I'll admit it. The other one? Who's the other person that allowed you to see me? What? Ooh. I'm actually kind of stupid. I should have come here to train earlier. Except Magneton. Magneton's a bit annoying. Oh, I could just run away from Magneton though. Parasect is annoying too. Ugh, why can't this Pokemon just have a bunch of like Golbats, not Golbats. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? Oh, I don't want to lose you. No, we're going back here. Where were we getting the most XP? Was it here? Maybe it takes forever. The one that does Roblox? Honestly, I need to stop playing Pokemon Unite. I don't know, it was too toxic for me. It just made me rage, you know? It's like League. Ever since season 2 hit grinding without a buddy or two, then trying to play is pointless and ranked. Yeah. I would play with you, but I'm over that game. I don't like games where you grind for an achievement and then that achievement goes away when there's a new season. That's just irritating to me, you know? Put your hands up. But if you could play with friends, then it's more useful, more fun. Unfortunately, like you, I didn't really have people to play with. Except that one guy, but that was later on. Alright, let's get to level 49. Let's go, baby. Only 30 more levels. Oh my god. Guys, do you think Starmie would be powerful enough at like level 60? I'm uninstalling it right now. Do it! Except you might reinstall it. That one that does Roblox? Who's the guy that did Roblox? I don't remember. Do you remember his username? I mean, I'll definitely remember if you mention. Most likely. Especially if you tell me their Twitch, then I'll probably 100% remember. But the guy that does Roblox. Blocks something. Huh? I don't really remember it, to be honest. Sorry. Getting you down. My sighs and tired eyes. Sitting with you, my love. Jesus, Eradicate is so annoying. Sometimes. He does YouTube. Oh, this is starting to sound more and more familiar. Again, if you show me his channel on YouTube, then maybe I'll probably remember. I might reinstall it in a few months. Maybe a year or two. I don't know, man. You're gonna go on Instagram or something, see an update, see like they added a new Pokemon, you're gonna be like, oh, that's cool. They added Blastoise a while ago, right? That's usually how I am with MOBAs. Play them for a while, get rid of them for a year, rinse and repeat. I don't know. The next Nuzlocke I do, I have to... Hey, Dalgo is here. Next Nuzlocke I do, I have to stop the... Gatsby, how are you? You guys can barely see him though, right? I have to do like no grinding somehow, like only versus trainers. But I mean, to be fair, this is a ROM hack. I didn't expect to versus Rayquaza. I mean Rayquaza, Mewtwo. Jesus, this early on. Sunshine of your love. Prince, what games do you tend to play, if you don't mind me asking? Bye-bye. Hey, we only got 10 levels. That's good news. Let me save. Oh, imagine it just froze right there. Let me save, because, yeah. Let's be honest, we don't want to lose anything here. Level 70, level 70, level 70, level 70. I'm trying to think if Starmie can take on a level 70 at level 60. I feel like 65 will probably be fine, you know? I just don't want to grind to level 65 in this against stupid level 20 Sparrow. But I also don't want to go to Cerulean Cave where like every other Pokemon could kill me. Parasect and Electrode are so annoying. With you, my love. With you, my love. Should I take out WTP? On you. Who's that Pokemon so you guys could see my Dogo? Even though it's obviously Cubone. Oh, hell no. After they nerfed Blastoise, I've been wanting to uninstall it. Them adding Greedent was the final straw. Who's Greedent? What Pokemon is Greedent? Oh, the squirrel guy? I'm assuming it's a tank. They took too long to nerf him, and now they're adding Desudai. Oh yeah, I heard of that. As really squishy, I've been meaning to uninstall it. An obese squirrel. Yeah, I remember now. I looked it up. To be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love. Hopefully the Eevees versing Sparrow Pharaoh are, you know, not that bad. It might give speed Eevees? I have no idea. I don't even know how Eevees are determined, really. Do you know how Eevees are determined? Can you teach me something? It's a tank with full attack and no defense, yet it never dies. Yeah, I feel like tanks in Pokemon Unite are actually super annoying. Like, what was it? Slowbro was pretty good if you knew how to use it. But he wasn't really a tank, right? Or was he? He didn't have high attack, though. Full attack and no defense. Probably a lot of HP, though, yeah? I don't know why I feel so tired. Maybe because I've been staring at a computer screen for the entire day. Maybe I should stream my entire day. Just to show you guys what I do most of the day. I literally like I spend so much time getting every Pokemon on a list and printing it out, so it would be easier to circle. And then like every pre-evolution, so it'd be easier to circle when someone dies, so it'd be faster to like circle and stuff. I'm so dumb. I don't know why I'm so dedicated to doing certain things that like don't have much benefit sometimes. I'm dumb like that. Slowbro is actually a really good tank if you're playing with buddies who know to attack when you use telekinesis. Ah, that makes sense. I remember going up. I remember people having. I remember I had a friend who actually used Slowbro really, really well, and we won because of him, pretty much. That's not a bad idea, to be honest. It took forever, though, to write down every Pokemon in pre-evolution. Or you're saying to show my entire day. Like, what I would be doing tomorrow before streaming would probably be just editing. Actually, I have so many reminders to do for a stream and stuff, but I don't know. I might do some of that stuff, too. There goes 2 gigabytes and now free. Let's go. Congratulations. The official Bloxer YouTube. Let's see. Can you send me their channel? I can't find them on YouTube. They're not as oh, I found them. Official Boxer YouTube. I'll be honest. Is it this guy? Or was it Boxer YouTube Gaming? I have a vague memory of this. I don't remember too much of it, to be honest. I felt free uninstalling it. That's like when I do one of these like Pokemon Gaia, or like when I do one of these ROM hacks or one of these videos, and I finish editing it and I upload it on YouTube, and I back it up on my on my hard drive, and I just delete it off my PC. Oh my god, it feels so good. But that's not 2 gigs. That's like 200 gigs. Oh. You can take down WTB if you want. Look on Discord. I don't know why I just did that. Oh yeah, I forgot to look on Discord for the thing Doctor sent me earlier. Oh, I do remember this guy, yeah. He does, yeah. Saying Roblox 100,000 times. Playing games with fans. Yeah, I do remember vaguely you mentioning this person. See, I'm the only one that's still around, Nathan. The only one. Alright, I turned it off so you guys could look at my son. Aren't I such a good parent? Well, yes and no. Do you remember their Twitch? I forgot to look at what Doctor sent again. Well, let me look at it. The cube rule of food. Toast, sandwich, taco, sushi, soup salad with bread bowl, calzone. Bruh. Oh, no? Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like a lot of YouTubers and streamers quit. But I'm not a quitter. I will be one day, but not today. I can see myself stopping making Pokemon content and like going to something else, but I do like streaming. I like talking. Let's be honest, that's what I like. I actually thought of like going into like political stuff. Cause like, and like, or just like everything, like looking up like economics and like politics, like looking in depth about different stuff that people argue about. Cause like I like when my brain works, and that like makes my brain work, you know? But I feel like I feel like two things. One of those things is it's kind of very stressful. Cause you know, people get really passionate about politics and stuff like that. And then two is well, I'm doing Pokemon now. So I thought of doing both at the same time, but I think that would be later down the line. If I could get an editor for Pokemon, then that would be awesome. Because those Nuzlocke take forever to edit. Jesus, he's still not that fast? Or I guess they're quick attacking, because he gets hit so much. I wish I could go up against Red right now, though. I would demolish him. Actually, I don't know what level Pokemon he has right now. Want to know a fun fact about Mexico? Sure. There are Mexicans living there? Wow. 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 Okay, he's finally level 53. He's not even level 53 yet. There we go. Jeez, do you learn anything? Mexican cameras are their dogs. I feel like in a lot of countries that's probably true. Next Nuzlocke. I don't know if I want to do this much grinding. Is their dog? Their dogs. Doctor. We might be able to beat the game today. Yeah, we're not gonna beat the game today. I mean, it seems like we're getting closer to the end, but then we verse level 30s, and it makes no sense. We go up against Mewtwo, and what? It's just gonna be a bunch of stuff going on right now. That's my assumption, right? I don't see how we're... I feel like we're mid-game. Maybe late mid-game. Of them are on the roof. Oh, they're on the roof like standing guard. This became a grind stream real quick. I know, right? Actually, we had 2 hours of actual gameplay. Ping likes hugs. Oh, I think Yesik made that one. I don't like hugs. Mexico dogs on roofs. Mexico dogs on roofs. What? It's literally Mexican dogs on... Well, I guess regular dogs on roofs. The main reason dogs are placed on roofs is for security. Dogs are meant to dissuade people from burglarizing. Since most cases the dogs can't get down, they can't do much other than bark. That's so sad, bro. What the hell? Damn. I wonder how many actually jumped off the roof just so that they could, you know, have a, you know, Jesus, that's so sad. You can steal from everyone except Gym Leader and E4, so maybe you're still close to the end. Yeah, I mean, that's such a good point, right? Like, is this game just gonna be like level 40 at the end? Because, look, all that's left is the road to Indigo Plateau, which we would need to take down all the gyms for, which doesn't really make sense. The islands, which they didn't explore in this game yet. You know, the islands Bill usually takes you to. Wait, what's here? Oh, that's just the Bill area. I was like, what's that for a second? Rock Tunnel, which we didn't have to explore, but Seafoam Island, like, it doesn't really make sense. I already forgot where. Oh, we're training here. I don't know what else the game can push onto us. I'm saying like I want to finish the game, but I actually really like this game. I'm wondering why they gave such a low level Pokemon. IRL Gargoyles. I know, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah, and someone thought their dog to drop bricks on people if they ring the doorbell. Taught their dog to drop bricks on people. Bricks on people. Jesus. Imagine you ring the doorbell and you forget to like, say, hey doggy, don't drop the brick, and he drops the brick on you. Damn, Mexico is cray cray. Probably depends what part of Mexico, right? I'm assuming not all of Mexico is like that. Bro, and then you have a lot of Americans complaining about America, bro. That's what I mean, you know? Like, I can understand trying to make things better, but bro, we have it pretty good overall in the States, you know? Well, no, there's still problems. People should talk about problems. But they're like, and that's fine. But there are some people who just, all they do is complain and they don't recognize the good stuff we have. And I feel like that's just a shame for them, you know? And to think you only got this far with a pigeon accidentally stealing a Zubat. I know, right? Jesus Christ. That's actually so true. And Dodo and Snake took us like insanely far also. We've been getting so lucky with stealing Pokemon, having so many duplicates. This is actually such a cool, like, Nuzlocke idea. I commend myself for making it. Well, the cities, no, but every other place, then yes. I guess that makes sense. City life is probably, you know... I mean, that's also true in the States, probably. Like, city life is probably better in some aspects. Then again, it's probably worse in some aspects, too. I don't know. What do I know? Nothing. I know nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You see, I want to do, like, some more, like, stuff like that. Like, if we were just talking about city life right now, I would look up the statistics. And, like, it's, like, all stuff that may seem boring to a lot of people, but, like, it's interesting to me. To see the objective, like, truths of, you know, how things are in life. I would like to stream that type of stuff in the future. Story, story. I sent a video of it in Mexico on Discord. I don't want to see it. It's very sad. Jesus, level 65 is what we're going for. Ah. Oopsies. I made a smiley face, and then I read what you wrote, and I was like, that does not deserve a smiley face. Wild dogs and a dog on a roof. In Tiachichucha. Yo, I gotta be careful with copyright. You know, I had Jimi Hendrix playing on my phone, and YouTube literally blocked my video. And then from the Weekend video, there was a song playing someone sent, and YouTube actually blocked the video, and I was like, bruh. I have to redo that video. Wild dogs and a dog on a roof. Damn, those are all wild dogs? Sorry, I'm not gonna show you guys. That's a lot of dogs. That looks kind of, like, cool, though. In a weird way. You know what I mean? I guess I could show it, but I'm too lazy to open all that stuff. was easier to look at my phone. Gomennasai. Unless you want to send it on the Discord as well. Finally, level 1255. Forgets to save. He uses fly and a wheezing. Freezes the game. Alright, I'm gonna save on both files right here. We're level 55. That's actually pretty insane. We went up 26 levels from grinding. Jesus. What would you guys think if I right now decided to stream Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, going to try to make every Pokemon I have level 100, and to try to get every single Pokemon that you could catch level 100 in that game without stopping to stream once? How crazy, that idea just pops in my head. How crazy would that be if right now I decided, you know what, I'm not gonna stop streaming until I get that objective? How crazy would that be? Should I do it? Probably not. Will I do it? Probably not. But that seems like a crazy idea. And I could market it, you know? How many days do you think that would take? I feel like leveling, because Cynthia has like insanely high Pokemon, also post-game, you know, Elite Four will be higher as well, obviously. And with the experience share, it won't take that long to get Pokemon to level 100. But to get over 400 Pokemon to level 100, and you can't speed up, Jesus, that would take insanely long. Alright, honestly, I feel like we could train at Celadon now. Not Celadon, Cerulean. It's on the server. Nice. Oh, Pokemon basic form level 100 stream. Magikarp, hold my beer. I mean, the thing is, because of auto XP share, you don't even need to train them. They just need to be in your party, you know? So it wouldn't be that hard. But I wonder how many hours it would take, you know? I'm like tempted to do it. You know, depending on how long it would take. Okay, I could one-shot a Golbat. Can I one-shot Parasect? I can't use Surf on Parasect. It's in videos to react to. Oh, I could one-shot... Well, that was a critical hit. Could one-shot Machoke. We get XP faster. Can I one-shot with Swift? Okay, I could two-shot with Swift. No. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I forgot I have Recover. I completely forgot about it. No, guys. Guys. You know how many times I've lost in Nuzlocke because of Wobbuffet? I freaking hate Wobbuffet. It's in vids to react to it? Okay. We'll react to it then. Oh, God. Why are there a lot of... You're going to lose? Risk the boulder? I can't switch out. This is Wobbuffet. Oh, now he's using Destiny Bond. Oh, now he tried to use Counter. I swear to God, it's actually so frustrating. I hate Wobbuffet. I hate Wobbuffet so freaking much. Oh my god. He's the worst annoying Pokemon. Someone told me, I think Heardot told me, he can only use a certain... There's only 5 counters and 5 mirror coats or something. I'm just gonna save here, because Jesus Christ. Mirror coats PP. Let's see how much PP mirror coat has. PP has 20... Why? Why does it have 20? Oh no, 15 PP? Jesus Christ. Or 20. 20. Okay, how about counter? Or someone told me that you could, like, counter somehow. How to counter Pokemon. That sounds funny. Oh. Like... Why? Why does Wobbuffet freaking exist? You don't know why? It just is? I'm getting triggered. Okay, do I risk a surf? It might one-hit KO. Oh my god, it tried to use counter. Jesus, okay, we can't strain here. God damn it, bro. Imagine I used Swift. I think Swift is physical. God damn, that's stupid. If it used Miracle, that could have been the end. I hate Wobbuffet with all my might. Like, Jesus Christ. Wobbuffet exists just for Team Rocket. Exactly. Why was it in that? Why was it there? That reminds me I have friends over there. Oh, in that area? I hope they're doing well. Oh, my dog's in the center of the video. Let's go. I'm tired of grinding. I'm tired of grinding. This is like a 24-hour stream. But it's hour 18. Nah, it's not. But Jesus Christ. No, not Team Rocket. I mean just for Jesse and Jay. Oh yeah, that's true actually, yeah. Wait, did they have a Wobbuffet? I don't remember them having a Wobbuffet. Team Rocket would be you getting it to. True. I mean, we haven't really ran into Wobbuffets. And the good thing is we could run away with Birdo, which is what we've been doing. Thankfully. But with Star, we can't really train him. There. We play soccer and sometimes the ball will go down the hill, so we'll run down to get the ball back. It's good exercise. Team Rocket, robots in disguise. Yo, let's put that. Transformers. Honestly, oh, it's they are gonna do the movie Transformers version. What if I just use Swift? The hill was not a normal hill. Oh. It was an abnormal hill. Okay, the good thing is he has... I keep forgetting he has Recover. I could, like, use Recover. Like, Recover does a lot of recovering, you know? Because it's called Recover. Ahaha. The hill was not a normal hill? Oh. It was an abnormal hill? What was wrong with the hill? To hill or not to hill? Haha. I don't know what I'm saying. This better be Transformers. What? This is literally from the movie. Just give me the song. Just give me the song. What the heck? Oh my god. Okay, it kind of makes sense that's what it would give. Superheroes. That's not the song. Whatever. It is what it is. My Lodix should be banned from using Recover. Yeah, that was so annoying. I mean, honestly, if I had a stronger electric move and I was higher, like same level as my Lodic, probably would have gone down. Possibly. My Lodic is a great Pokemon though, yeah. It's like 10,000... Okay, I don't really like that song. It was like 10,000 feet. What? 10,000 feet hill? Okay, I don't believe that, bro. Take a picture of that hill. That's a mountain. That's not a hill. 10,000 feet? How much is 10 to... Oh, final level 57. Do you not learn any moves, Starry? Star. Hey, your name is Star. I should call you by your stupid name. Oh... Level 65 is so close. And so far. I think by the end of the stream we will have beaten Mewtwo. That is my assumption. We will see what happens though. I'm in USA, not Mexico right now. Yeah, I know, but I thought maybe I had a picture or something of it. How often do you go to Mexico? Hour and a half to get to, or around level 70. You think so? Have you done the math? I don't think level 70 is needed. I think level 65 should be. Should I just go for level 70? I don't know. I don't know. Because each level is gonna be more XP to get to the next level, you know. And we can't one-shot Wobbuffet, so we can't take the risk in the tunnel. I'm saying you have that much time less. Oh yeah, left. Yeah, I think it's possible to get to level 65 by then. That's my assumption. Once every 2 or 3 years. Ah, I live in the mountains. Sometimes 2 times. Ah, very nice. Must be nice to like go back and visit and stuff, you know. I live in the mountains, and I'm only a fourth of that above sea level. That is like almost Everest. That's what I'm saying. It's definitely not 10,000 feet, right? Wait, I live in the mountains and only a fourth of that above sea level. Like fourth of 10,000 feet above sea level. Yeah, that's like 10,000 feet is crazy. How much is Mount Fuji? I climbed Mount Fuji. I always forget. Yeah, Mount Fuji is 12,000 feet. There's no way that hill is 10,000 feet. But you're exaggerating. I get it. Now, I'm just wondering how much... Is there a website to see how much damage you would take from a level 70 Mewtwo? Like as a Starmie. There must be a Pokemon website like that, right? There must be. How is it like living in the mountains, by the way, Doctor? We have a couple people here that live in the mountains. It'd be tall though. Okay. I trust you. I trust you. Just not 10,000 feet tall. All right, let's look this up. Let's do it. Pokemon. How do we look this up? Type. Pokemon matchup generator. I don't know. Train. Okay. Add a Pokemon. I don't even know if this is what I'm looking for. Starmie. Let's just go. Oh, and no surf. Let's add surf. Okay. There we go. Surf. Okay. Add Pokemon. Okay, we got Starmie versus... Oh, but you can't choose the level. What is this? Ooh, Battle Simulator. Maybe this will work. Mewtwo beat me with 37% left. What? That's not what I'm... What is this? There's no way this doesn't exist, right? It should exist. I could walk to a mountain in like an hour or two, so pretty much... Oh, damn. Doctor, you're... Mountain zone. Oh, yeah, you're mountain time, right? Mountain time zone. That makes sense. I remember you telling me that a long time ago. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, you could try Pokemon Showdown. Yeah, but I can't do specific levels on Pokemon Showdown, I think. Unless I'm wrong. Maybe I can? Oh no, you can do specific levels. Yeah, Pokemon Showdown could work. More like a valley between mountains. It's like a little on the countryside of Tijuana. You can choose the level for each Pokemon. Yeah, I just remembered after saying that. Like, after I said it, I was like, oh yeah, wait, never mind, you can. Alright, let's see.
Pokemon Showdown.
How do you verse yourself? Yeah, I don't know how to verse yourself. I mean, we could do the calculations. Maybe I verse one of you guys. Like, you have a Mewtwo, make a Mewtwo, and I mean, you know, but it seems like a lot of work. Want me to be your opponent? You know what? Yes. Make a Mewtwo level 70 with Psychic. I just want to see how much Psychic will do on me and how much Surf will do on you, okay? That's what I want to see. So I know what level to train Star to. My username is Pinkpoong Moosters. It's the same as my Twitch thing. Let me make... How do you make a team on this again? Oh, I have this Nuzlocke versus Nick. This was back in the day. Alright, let's do a new team. We'll call it Test. You have no Pokemon, lol. Okay, let's add... Jesus, my eyes are playing tricks on me. What are we adding? I'm sorry. Why am I so tired? Let's make this Starmie have Recover. Confuse Ray. That's pretty much what he has. Item doesn't matter. Level, let's see at level 65. Alright, what can you do? I got my Pokemon. Alright, let me know when you're ready to challenge me. Make sure team is under Gen 1 overused. Okay. Team 1... Gen 1 overused. Ooh, that looks cool. I did it. Yeah, Mewtwo level 70 with Psychic. I guess with Light Screen and Psychic. I want to see how much Surf does after Light Screen as well. You don't need to worry about EVs and IVs because we don't know the EVs and IVs of this guy. We could assume, like, high... Nah, we'll just take it randomly. It doesn't matter. Jesus, look at our Pokemon, bro. He's still not our highest level Pokemon. Or it. Look up Quero Colorado Tijuana. Desmata. Tijuana. It's a borough of the municipality of Tijuana in California, Mexico. California, Mexico. That sounds funny. Was that the hill? No way that was the hill. You used to run down that hill when you were a... Well, you are a kid. You used to run down that hill, bro? Maybe like this. Maybe like here, right? Like over here. That's still like pretty impressive. Jesus Christ. That's a cool looking ass hill. That's a mountain, bro. Oh, Tijuana. That's like Hollywood, right? The Hollywood sign. Damn. That's the thing I call a hill. Yeah, that's a mountain. Maybe like the side of it is like a hill, but that's pretty crazy, bro. Not 10,000 feet crazy, but still crazy. You want to see what I climbed? Mount Fuji when I was in Japan? Alright, this is 10,000, 1,200 feet right here, okay? I mean, 12,000 feet. 10,000, 1,200? What did I say? 12. That's Japanese popped in. 12,000 feet. This is what I climbed. Okay. It looks tiny, right? But it's actually huge. This is how it looks. Oh, they got such a good picture. My picture sucked because it was so it wasn't cloudy. It was so cloudy when we went. Oh. Yeah, this is going down. Damn, these are memories, guys. Crazy memories. Crazy times. Anyway. Psychic, Reflect, Amnesia, and Light Screen. I don't know if reflect was there. Light screen was there. But reflect makes sense. Amnesia, yeah. I mean, I'm just curious to see how much psychic does after light screen. My grandma lives like that at the ends of the place where the houses stop. Damn. That's kind of cool though. It won't let me add light screen. Does he not learn light screen normally? Did they just give him light screen? Maybe it doesn't learn it in Gen 1. Try overuse Gen 2 or something. Or like Gen 8 or something. That would be my only assumption for why they don't let you add in. Maybe light screen wasn't introduced until Gen 2. Ooh, we're almost level 60 though. That's actually pretty cray-cray. I sent picture to make so you know where. I believe you. I believe you. Oh, to know exactly where? Sure. It won't. You better make it right. Oh wow, that's so cool, man. That's literally at the bottom of like the hill, the mountain-looking hill. That reminds me of when I went to Israel. That there's like desert where Bedouins live. It's literally just desert for miles. It's so cool. It gets cold at nighttime and it's blazing hot in the morning. Yo, my life used to be so much more interesting, guys. I don't know what happened. Well, COVID happened. That's definitely a big thing. I can't wait till COVID is gone. You gotta make it right. Actually, I could wait. But I don't want to wait. I've been missing. You gotta take a ride. Wait, can we surf here? It doesn't lead to anything, right? I get distracted way too easily. Oh, it doesn't let you surf there. I wonder what made them... I'm such an idiot. I was about to say, I wonder what made them add so much water in 3rd gen for Pokemon. But it's literally Kyogre's like whole backstory. So that makes sense. And also like, you know, it's supposed to represent part of Japan, right? Going down that hill be hard. Plus when they burn trash. They burn trash on the hill, so there's just trash all over it. You got a man to ride. You better make it right. Until we all fall down. We all fall down. But we have been missing. Oh, he's level 60, baby. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm feeling good. I think we're Gucci here. I think we're Gucci. Gucci gang, Gucci gang. I wonder if having the bike on makes it so you see wild Pokemon even faster. Whoa, whoa. One more time. Check if your team is good for Gen 3 Ubers. I mean, I only have one Pokemon on my team, and it's, you know. And then we all fall down. We all fall down. Where are you? Gen 3 overused or Gen 3 Ubers? Ooh, they even have Brilliant Diamonds. I feel like Gen 3 Random Battle is the best. Oh no, it's not a random battle, I guess. Or anything, isn't anything goes fine? Like, we'll just press anything goes. Like, anything goes seems to be fine. I didn't see Gen 3 Uber. So there's a spot where they burn trash and it'll be hard to breathe when you're up there, and the smoke and dealing with that while trying to run down to get a ball. Damn. At least they burn trash. I was reading about how like ocean there's something called the ocean cleanup project where they're trying to clean up all the plastic in the ocean. And a lot of the ocean comes from rivers, from communities that don't have garbage cans. And they just throw their trash. But then burning trash probably causes pollution, so that's probably not good either, right? Anything goes should work, yeah. Sorry for making you go through this, but I really do appreciate it. Team C, yes, Team C. It's cool stuff, right? I donated $5 to Team C. I also did some teen trees. Because I'm a good Samaritan. Oh, I'm not logged in. I'm an idiot. I'm not logged in. Wait. What's my password, guys? Anyone remember my password? Change your password. Chrome found the password used in a data breach. I don't want to... Oh, that's not my password. Oh, so... Nothing to change then. Okay, I'm logged in and ready to rumble. Mikey, burning's far worse. Both are really bad, but burning's terrible. I mean, plastic in the ocean is possibly... I don't know enough. I'll take your word for it. In the long term, it's hard to say though, right? Because plastic gets broken down into like many more tiny forms, which are hard to get. Air pollution plus chemicals burns up can be sometimes harmful. Yep, true. Mikey 100. All right. Take it on the other side. Take it on. Mikey 100. Hey, you look mad cool. Gonna challenge you to anything goes. My son. Your team was rejected. Starmie has 0 EVs. Oh, wait, I thought Starmie would just have normal EVs. It doesn't give normal EVs? How do I add EVs? Oh, here. I mean... What do you mean it has 0 EVs? He's literally just automatically maxed, no? Choose 4 moves to get a guest spread. Oh, I see. You need to put 4 moves on a... What's his last... What move do I have last here? I have Swift. How long would I slide? Let's go with that. Okay. Jesus, so much work. This better work now. Let's go. What? Starmie has 1260 total EVs? Bro, Starmie, chill. Just be a normal Pokemon. Like, what do you want from me? I don't know what the average EVs are. What's DV? Oh my god. I thought anything goes means anything goes. What is this BS, bro? Oh. Just put 1 EV for each. Since you don't know, 1 EV won't boost that. Oh, okay, thank you. It's good I read chat sometimes. So you put 1 EV for each, yeah? And you left DVDs at max, yeah? Well, I hope you did. You can change EV and IV, make EV and IV to 1 so they don't count. Make each EV 1. Think of it like this. Would you rather be in a room with a barrel of gas or in a room with the exhaust of an engine? A barrel of gas? That's not the same thing. What? I don't think that's a good comparison. But I don't know much. Why are they called DVs? What are they, DVDs? Alright, let me change everything to 1. Okay, this is what we want, right? Okay. This is why I'm going to buy a monitor on Black Friday, just for chat. So I can look at my second monitor and read chat at the same time. Because for stuff like this, I can't read chat right now. You know, I have the game on one screen and, you know. Oh, finally. Janai. I challenged you. Okay. Choose lead, one Pokemon. Okay, no Dynamaxing, bro. I wanted to confuse, but I obviously want to see how much Surf does. So you could use Light Screen here and then Psychic afterwards. I want to see how much Light Screen, you know. Monday. Oh my god, it did like nothing. It's gonna do even less now. Jesus Christ. Oh, alright. I think I understand. Wait, let's see if I could recover and just keep spamming. Because Mewtwo obviously doesn't have recover, so that's... Thank God it doesn't have recover. So that's good news. So just use like Psychic or something. I just want to see how much I could recover. I don't remember how much recover recovers. Because if I take like 20% damage and I could recover 30%, then level 65 should be fine. Psychic. Just use Psychic. Please. Jesus! Okay. Yeah, just spam Psychic. I'm curious to see if I could... Oh my god. I want to see if I could spam Recover. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's train more. God damn, bro. Oh, thank you. Now I know that we're not gonna be able to beat Mewtwo today. We're gonna have to get start to like level 80 or something. You think level 70 would be enough? Alright, let's try... You're right. Let's try level 70. You put all your IVs and EVs to 1, right? Kensho Kenje Komi no nai Dokoni mo nai Dokoni mo nai. Let's go 70. Dokoni mo nai. Dokoni mo nai. Alright. They're all to 1? Okay, cool. I don't want to try Confuse Ray because I want to see... By the way, I'm training on the side. I want to see what happens. Da bop bop ba da da bop bop ba da. Is there a way to mute the game? There is. Wait, what's the problem? Chat might be faster in Showdown? Yeah, I think that's... Yeah. Light Screen into Psychic spam. I want to see how... I want to see how well we do. Let's get... Mewtwo's pressure is annoying too. Let's go with Surf. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's so fast. I need Toxic. I need to get Toxic somehow. I think that's the only way, now that I think of it. I think Toxic is the only way. I don't think we could survive 2 Psychics. Let's see how much it does without, though. Jesus Christ, bro. Okay. So I think the answer is we need Toxic and just spamming recover. Let's see where we could get Toxic. Pretty close after light screen goes down. Yeah, I think Jesus. I think the best shot is to teach Toxic. I think if we teach Toxic, we could just heal up. And just keep hyper potioning. Jesus. What's going on? What happened, Nathan? Let's see where to get how to get Toxic. Pokemon Team Rocket. We might be able to get it from the department store. Oh, there's a Pokemon Toxic Purple. Oh, that's another Team Rocket. That's another Team Rocket mod. Oh, okay, never mind. It might be a little hard to find. I'm gonna go to the Celadon department store and see if they have it. You'll realize something? Oh, they don't sell me anything? No way! No way! Wait, are you serious? Oh my god, why can't I just beat them up? Yo, are you kidding me? Oh, that's actually so bad. Damn it, I should have taken advantage of that as you know, when I could. There's one other area we could go to though, the game corner. Probably the best decision, but remember that was just light screen and psychic spam. Never consider amnesia or random chance for reflect or another light screen. True. I mean, I think we're basically screwed. I'm not gonna lie, I think we're basically screwed. Unless... Thanks for hydrate. I already got a pee-pee. What'd you realize, though? We could get Mystic Water, that would help. Yeah, but, I mean, Mewtwo is so fast, I don't know what fodder would do, really. Actually, you're right. When there's fodder out, I just heal. What TM is this? Ice Beam, Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball might be useful. Okay, I don't know who can learn Shadow Ball. Jesus, what's going on? Shadow Ball might be really useful, actually. Yeah, it might be solid. I did drink water again. I think I should have a lot of money here. I love how they still let me do this because it's Team Rocket run. Oh my god, this costs so much money. Alright, guys. I didn't want to say it, but we're going to sell a bunch of Pokemon, okay? Instead of releasing. Listen, it's just as evil to do it, okay? To sell Pokemon, right, guys? Just as evil. One of my friends that his girl was giving me signs that she likes me. Are you sure? There were signs? Because I feel like you have too many girls liking you for it to make sense, bro. It's just like, how? How? How does logic work that way? We got so many Pokemon to sell. There's no PC here, though. That's a little annoying. We gotta go back. Unless they give you access to your PC. That would be smart. I don't know if they're that smart, though. Oh, TM6 is toxic? Oh, none of those were, though. Imagine I have it on me. No, I don't. I have TM5. I just realized we have to keep to one of the Nuzlocke rules. We can't change any of our party members, even to sell. So, I think they'll force us to sell whoever's in our party. Let me see. Which means we would have to sell one of our guys. Yeah, we would have to sell one of these guys. We could sell the boulder. And then just get duplicates on our party and just keep selling them. Alright. I'm not gonna waste money here. Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball's so expensive. I think there must be a way to get toxic. Where to get toxic in Pokemon Team Rocket Edition? I've done... Like, it must not only be TM. Like, it must not only be the police officers. Max percent run. What the hell? That's not what I'm looking for. Gotta steal them all. Gotta steal them all. Oh, here. I just saw something toxic. Oh, cheats. Do we go for cheats? Nah. I don't know where to get toxic. Change the rule that if it's you sell, you can change members. I mean, nah. The thing that I could do is I could sell the boulder. And then I could just keep putting guys into my party and selling them. So technically I could do that. The problem is, I don't know if Shadow Ball's even worth it. To be honest. I'm gonna have to figure out where Toxic is. I think for the rest of the stream, I'm just gonna train Surf up. See the furthest he could get. He'll probably be like level 67, 66 or something. And for tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna figure it out. Not using cheats aren't in the rule. Finally found me, and your voice was all I heard. And I get what I deserve. Just give me reasons, prove me wrong. I mean, we've explored everything. My only assumption is that you have to be a good boy, like a good Team Rocket guy, to get access to it. You're going live again? Nice. Let me see. There's a... Prince, can I ask you for a huge favor to try to look for where Toxic could be? While I grind? If not, that's fine also, obviously. Cross this new divide. I remember when I farted, it smelled like my mama me. Cause the next Pokemon we steal, we're gonna have to release someone. And if we have to release Star, oh, that would be so frustrating. Actually, it's not that annoying to level him up. I just get distracted super quickly. He pretty much went up half a level right there. From using like 15 moves. So he should go up to level 62 here. Just move me wrong. But yeah, if we have access to Toxic, I don't even know if Starmie can learn Toxic. I assume it can. But Toxic should be good. Surf is just a powerful stab move. Oh, I forgot to buy Mystic Water. Mystic Water will definitely help. So if we buy Mystic Water, you know, I think we should be good. Mystic Water wasn't too expensive either. In the game corner, I think. We don't have insane amount of money, but I think we hopefully could be able to get Mystic Water. And your voice was all I heard. Really? One more level, bro. There we go. Imagine he learns some crazy move. Alright, we're gonna go there one more time, okay? I don't remember how much Mystic Water costs. Mystic Water cost 1,000. We could afford 500 coins and then sell some Pokemon for some more. Yeah, so we could afford 500 and then it costs 10,000. So expensive. We only need 2,000 more dollars actually. Wait, let's just sell stuff at the base. We might even be able to afford it without giving up any Pokemon. Because releasing Pokemon is so much better than giving them up. It's a great way to make money in this game, though. I guess that's the way they want you to make money, right? I wonder if it ups your bounty also if you sell Pokemon. Let's see. We definitely have stuff to sell, though. I know that much. Max Revive is useless. Oh, that's it. We have $2,000. Let's just get rid of the big pearl since we don't need it. Life Orb. What if we Life Orb Surf? I don't know, man. I have to think so hard. I have to, like, think so hard on it. Stardust. Okay, we're making some room to get more items as well, which is nice. We could also rare candy. Wait, I completely forgot about rare candying. We could rare candy at level 70, and then he'll go to 75. Jesus. Oh, that would be crazy. Or we could rare candy right now. And get him to like 6. Maybe at level 65 we rare candy to level 71. We have 6 rare candies from what I remember. Na 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 na. I think we've done all rare side quests also. I might have missed 1 or 2 though, but na 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 na. Paprika. All right, so let's go. I keep forgetting. Let's go to Celadon and buy Mystic Water. From what I remember, Mystic Water adds boosts water type moves, right? So this should be theoretically worth buying. Again, I say theoretically. So let's buy 500 and let's buy 500. And if we come here, we could buy none of the TMs. We could buy Mystic Water. Yes. Yeah, boost power of water type moves. We'll just give this to Star. And I mean, Life Orb might have been better, to be honest. But I do want to use Confuse Ray and stuff. Life Orb forces you to use 1 attack move or 1 move in general. I don't remember. If anyone remembers, let me know. Hallelujah. Because that will make a big difference here. Na na na. Yeah, I think the strat is to level up to 65, use 5 rare candies to get to level 70, and then verse Mewtwo. You follow me in chat for a bit? That's so new. I'm now more pumped up. Awesome. Hell yeah. You're going to focus on streaming? Cool. Good night, Nathan. Have a good one, bro. Bye-bye. So, I was just saying, does Life Orb... Prince, does Life Orb make you use only 1 move? Oh, no. Or it reduces your HP, right? I just bought Mystic Water. So I think with Mystic Water, it's good. Also, I just had this great idea. We have 6 rare candies. I'm going to train Star up to level 65 and use 5 rare candies. And then, you know, with Mystic Water, we should be good. We should be good with, like, with some fodder also, you know. It's just crit hits and amnesia are scary. Life Orb reduces your HP with each move, but boosts their damage. Yeah. Does it boost it as much as, like, Mystic Water? It probably boosts it more, right? But then I don't think I could afford to take damage. Trying again with a different moveset could be cool. Only problem is... Nah. Honestly, Shadow Ball might be really good. Shadow Ball is a special move, right? And oh, he's a physical attacker. Slightly, he's pretty much physical, or he's either or a star. I didn't realize that. I thought it was a special attacker. The thing is, I didn't use Confuse Ray against Mewtwo when I was versing you, because I just wanted to see what would happen. So, obviously, there's so many... Oh, I did use Confuse Ray the second time, right? So many things could happen. Alternatively, we could raise Star to like level 70, and then like at level 70 give him all the like 5 XP shares, and have a level 75 Starmie go up against a level 70 Mewtwo. That's another possibility. Which, you know, I think that probably means we'll win. Mystic Water might be the better choice because of a slight decrease in HP. Yeah. It's good I bought it then. I went to the game corner and bought it. I sold like a big pearl and I had enough money. I love this song. Sore Zore. This is from One Piece. One of the best One Piece openings. I think the biggest reason to stop grinding is because it might be boring for people to watch, but also because my fingers hurt from pressing the Z button. You can't forget you still got 2 other strong Pokemon and 3 fodder options for a clean switch. That's true. The problem with the good Pokemon is that this one dies to Psychic. It'll probably get 1-shot if Starmie got 1-shot. And this one... Birdo actually could be kind of useful. Birdo could use Thief, actually. I feel like he might be too low of a level, but I don't know. Actually, this might be perfect timing to train in Celadon. Because I might as well train Birdo also, right? One thing. You don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Want to try another test run? Nah, they take too much time. I mean, not Celadon. Why do I keep saying Celadon? Cerulean. Cerulean is so far away. It's so weird for a second gem in my head. What, do you think we should go for Mewtwo before the end of today? It starts with recess puffs, recess puffs. What? A memory of a time I tried so hard. Oh, wait, this is not a good matchup. And it doesn't even... No! Self-destruct does like nothing. To lose it all. Oh, here there's like no Pokemon popping up, really? The nice thing is Surf should one-hit KO. Oh, we were scared of Wobbuffet. With Mystic Water and at the level we are, Surf should one-hit KO Wobbuffet, right? Tried so hard. You were part of your prop. What? Why did he fall asleep right after? Got so far. Whether you finish it or next stream is up to you. But if you lose and White Blackout, then you're in trouble. True. Basically, don't take too big of a risk, right? Thankfully, that Parasect didn't attack. I tried so hard. We get to train all 3 of the guys, I guess. I mean, that's probably better. Because we're gonna need them, you know, if we have to release one of them next. Basically, yeah. Matter. Why does he fall asleep? Is it the Parasect's ability? I don't pay attention. Pushed as far as I can go. For all this, only one thing you should know. I'm gonna try to pay attention. Oh, it didn't make me fall asleep then. As far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. go. My voice hurts. I don't know why though. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. To fall. Lose it all. Doesn't even matter. It might be better to train here. Jesus. All right, let's go heal up. We don't want to risk someone dying here. It does take a bit of time to go back after healing up, but we get to train all three of them. Oh, it's so annoying though. There's like freaking every second of. Oh, that was very lucky. I was about to say every second a Pokemon pops up, and then nothing popped up. Let's see how much Surf does. Hey, it kills him. Okay, we could actually just spam Surf. All right, Wobbuffet, just freaking die. Oh, thank God, bro. That was actually so scary. Every day, every time you come on, I tell you my need done. How do you keep missing Mud Bomb, you loser? Oh, some of the Parasects don't get affected by Surf. So I have to be careful. Also, we waste more Surf PP, so it might be better anyway to change out. Oh, he uses Spore. That's so annoying. Wake up, you stupid bird. There you go. And Magneton, I'm still a little scared to hit with Surf. I mean, would Surf kill Magneton? We could probably Swift. Let's see if we could Swift the Golbat. Oh, we can't. Okay. Well, we always have to have Surf ready for Wobbuffet too. Every time, come on, I told you my need done. We're not gonna take a risk here. I considered it, but then I was like, not a great idea. I gotta be very careful here. Stop sporing me! Bro, how long do you fall asleep, bro? What? I know I'm training you all the time, but we're evil. You have to fall asleep, bro. Or else you're a loser. Alright, we're just gonna Surf. Ooh, look who's back. Back again. Oh, he's gonna use self-destruct. Oh, he didn't use self-destruct? Sorry about that, was AFK for... Nah, don't worry, bro. Don't worry about being AFK. It's okay. I talk to myself a lot, it's okay. But, yeah, no worries. I was just saying... Yeah, I think it's better... I don't know what I was saying. I was saying a lot of stuff. We're actually pretty much done now. Oh my God! Imagine we ran into a Wobbuffet there. That would have been terrible. Once we get him to level 65, we could just blast XP shares. Ooh, we're getting so lucky with no Pokemon there. I'm thinking it's such a hard decision though, because I don't know if we're powerful enough. He one-shot Star me before, you know. I don't know if Birdo can survive. Another Wobbuffet and Destiny Bond would be a disaster. Not really. Does Destiny Bond take preference in speed? Is Destiny Bond faster? If Destiny Bond is faster, then yes. Otherwise, I think we're fine because we're pretty fast. Jesus, that did a lot of damage on Snake. I think it's speed based, not priority. Yeah, so then we're fine because we're able to hit Surf last time, unless we come up against a Wobbuffet who happens to have more speed. But we're like 30 levels ahead. That would be very frustrating. Every day, every time, come on, I told you my need done. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, I think we're gonna train him to... Basically, the next time we have to go to the PC, like the next level. So probably level 66. I think if he's level 66... Wake up! Oh my god. I think if he's level 66, then he'll be able to, Please don't spore. Yo, this Pokemon is so freaking annoying. Oh my god, thank god. Give me more Machokes on those peepees. I'm just gonna try to run away. Oh my god, I'm just gonna run away. I just wanna level him up. I just make Starmie level 100. Oh! Thank god, bro. Last time the Wobbuffet was like level 38, so we should be fine. The only thing I gotta worry about is having enough surfs. So I have 5 surfs now, you know? If I have 0 surfs and Wobbuffet pops out, we're over. We're done. We're donezo. I kind of want to test myself against... Oh no! Surf kills... Swift? Oh, we could Swift Parasect to death. Oh my god, Wobbuffet, stop! One of the most annoying Pokemon in the world. Oh, are you serious? Okay. Jesus Christ. It's kind of scary to... It might have been faster to just verse level 20s. Then lose him to Poke Relay. I mean, that's pretty much why I don't want to train him too high. Which is why I don't really want to use this. But, like, how many more times in this game are we going to be forced to, like, have insane encounters, you know? If it's like we go up against, like, I don't know. We go up against Red, and he has level 80 Pokemon. You know, that's not good news. There's still Red as a positive. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's a bit scary. Finally, Pokemon I could kill. Yes, give me more Ditto and stuff. Wobbuffet, stop it! He scares me every time he freaking pops up. I hate him. Okay, the second we level up, we're freaking out of here. What's this feeling? I wanna rip a hole in the ceiling. Last Pokemon, baby. Okay, level 66. Are we gonna do it? Should we do it? Should we do it? You know what? Yeah, I want one extra try against Mewtwo. Can we do it one more time in Pokemon Showdown? I'm gonna test him at level 72 since we have 6 rare candies. We might as well use them at all. Okay, so we're just gonna go here. We'll say he's level 72. And we'll say he has a held item. Well, how do you give him held item? Oh my god, it's so hard to look at the screen because there's so many white light around me. Where's the item? Where are item? Is it because it's Gen 1? Oh wait, that makes no sense. I want to give him a held item. Oh, here. I have to press Starmie. Do you know how to find held items? I say go for it and call it a test if you lose. Win if you beat him. Nah, I don't want to do that again. It's still anything goes, so should just be able to search Mystic Water. Yeah, I don't know why I can't. Like, there's no spot for, oh. No. What? Mystic Water. What's this feeling? I wanna rip a hole in the ceiling. Bro, I remember doing this in other ways. You know what? I'm just gonna say we're gonna be able to kill it. Click on held item, then I don't see where held item is. I'm getting so frustrated. Where's held item? Am I dumb? Oh. Like, where is held item? I thought maybe here, but it's not. I forgot where it is. I feel like they changed it up from last time I played it. Or maybe I have to go to list. This is so frustrating. Click on held item. Click team. I'm such a boomer. All right. Huh? There must be something wrong. It's supposed to be here, no? Or I'm an idiot. Okay, click team. So I'm on teams. I'm under teams. Team builder. Right? You can also click on the team. So click on the team. There's nothing there for items. It must be because it's Gen 1. It must be. It is because it's Gen 1. Oh my god. Okay, Mystic Water. Wait, what stuff does he have? What does he have? Oh, he has Illuminate. Encounter rate increases? Oh my god, bro. Alright, I'm ready to fight you, bro. I'm ready. Let me show. Call me someone. Challenge 2A. Anything goes. Test battle. Duel. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Prince. Alright, just, you know what to do. Light screen into psychic again, lol. Oh. Hopefully, I'm kind of curious to see how much Mystic Water improves the team. Let's see. We'll go Surf. It did slightly more damage. Like, I mean, he can't recover. That's the good thing. Jesus. I could wait till... The thing is, I don't know what moves he will do, and if he hits himself. Just gonna go recover into Surf here. Actually, recover into recover, because he's faster than me. A crit kind of ruins this, though. Alright, I mean... That's assuming to... That's... That's assuming that he doesn't, That's assuming he doesn't use any other move, right? I think... Because Amnesia increases special attack, right? So another strat we could do... That may be a good play. I still say you do a test run. I feel like test run's kind of cheating at this point. We already did one test run, you know? I'm kind of curious on how Birdie will do, though, you know? Birdie's 8 levels below, though. So, I don't... You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it! Oh, I'm tired of this! Let's just do it! No wonder there's so many encounters. Wait, we have to change Pokemon. Oh. Wait, I should use the It's all or nothing. Hell yeah. All right, let me use all the rare candies we have. Jesus Christ, this better be worth it. I'm so scared. No, wrong guy! I'm such an idiot! Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Whatever, level 71 is good enough. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It also goes to the lowest XP. Even if you were still training them. Actually throw. Vengeance or death. I know, right? Okay, I'm gonna save the game. I'm such an idiot. Okay, full restore will be useful. Oh. Why does it sound like I'm... Never mind. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to play like 18 more hours just to get to the same place, you know? Oh. Alright, guys. It's the moment of truth. We haven't ran into... Wait, what the heck is this? Max revive, useless. Too many ladders. Sounding kind of so... For it to not be the ladder. Lol. Oh, there it is. We're almost there. Why couldn't we go up? Oh. Oh. I'm so scared. Okay, change guys. Oh, there's that gray and pink bastard. Yeah, but I'm so scared. Okay, we're gonna confuse Ray, and then if we're gonna confuse Ray into a recover, and into another recover, into a surf. That's most likely what we're gonna do. Unless he uses light screen right away. Oh, I'm so scared. I even screwed up the rare candies.
Just gotta go for ITBRO.
For ITBRO, but yeah, you are right. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright, we'll go confuse Ray first. Okay, we're around the same level. His name is literally Star. Star, be a freaking star and make me use you. Hit yourself, you stupid Mewtwo. Yes! Yes! Okay, we got a free surfing. We're faster? We're faster! Ooh! Ooh! He's probably gonna light screen. Yes! What the hell? Let's go! Are you kidding me? We're getting so lucky. Yes! Get out of here! Get out of here! Hell yeah! Good job, you useless Star! You're actually not that useless. Oh my god. Oh, can we get an IQ plus? Flawless run, right? That was literally so lucky. Oh my god. You've humored me better than I thought you capable. Me too! The Pokemon my creators seek. That was awesome! Is the one they call the Catastrophe. And Shigeki indeed knows where it's hiding. And where is Shigeki hiding? In plainer sight than any of his former colleagues would believe. Is it gonna go black and white again? Shigeki, you see, was an old man in the days when they gave birth to me. It is. Story time! Yes! Oh, we beat Mewtwo! Oh. Wait, I gotta save just in case something F's up, you know? I'm too paranoid right now. That was literally so freaking lucky. You better tell the Discord you beat Mewtwo. I know, right? Nah, I'm not gonna tell them. They find out later. Nice, right? I like the black and white, too. When that war of yours finally comes to an end, disgusted, fearful from the things he had done and seen, he ran away. Well, he actually flew away. He abandoned all his ties to his past life, far away from the public eye. Is he just in a regular house? Hoping the demons of his misdeeds would never haunt him again. Haha, yes, these days you see, Shigeki is... Yo, this game is actually great. They make the guy that everyone hates that teaches you how to use Pokemon like an important guy in the game. That's hilarious. Yeah, they'll find out exactly. Plus, I'll make a video on it. You know? which will come out probably in like 2 months. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Whoa. What just happened? Don't tell me the game just froze. That was mad loud. Thank God I saved. The game must have froze, right? What the heck? No, you gotta be kidding me, bro. They said it was a finished game. Oh, okay. Oh, thank God I saved. Wait, what? No. Oh my. No, it's not on repeat. I keep reloading it. I keep reloading it from the file. Oh my god. Yeah. Hard lock? Hell no, bro. Wait, no way. Wait, let me check the Team Rocket Edition ROM hack. I hate ROM hacks now. No way, bro. Alright. They said what stuff here screws up. Player's surfing spread can appear buggy. Oh, that happened to us once. And flying against the coughing or wheezing. Wait, so then what the hell? Huh? What the hell? At least we got a little further that time. Do I just keep doing it? It's like it keeps changing colors. What the hell? Alright, I'm gonna exit and try to reopen, okay? Alright, guys. That would be so annoying. It's not gonna show on stream for a second. Here, I'll make it show on stream. Alright. Wait, I got an adrenaline rush. Now the game doesn't want to play. I know, right? What the hell? Oh. What if I just press? What if I just? I don't touch anything. You know? Maybe I'm just chilling. I'm chilling in Cedar Rapids. You know? Maybe it's just... Come on. Come on. Don't screw up, bro. What the hell? Alright. Alright, I think... Yo, what's up, Depth? Depth died in the game, by the way. And nice, Dip thrived. Nice. This definitely isn't supposed to be the ending, so I don't know what's going on. I think that there's a glitch or something. I'm gonna go to the, Sag indeed. But how you doing? I'm gonna go to the Discord. And hit them up. I think I am in the Discord, yeah. Oh no, I'm in the Discord for Pokemon Gaia. They must have a Discord. Pokemon Team Rocket Discord. Team Rocket Edition ROM hack Discord. Come on, bro. That's so annoying. Are you kidding me, bro? You like the new emote? Alright, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try one more time, okay? I'm gonna put one of the saved documents somewhere else. I don't know. There's a lot more than just the feels bad, of course. If you end up having to reset, you're allowed to use cheats up to after Mewtwo. I don't even know if that'll happen. You know? I don't know if I want to reset all this, bro. Oh my god. I feel like I've walked into a place after disaster. Pretty much. Okay. Well, oh! Imagine this is part of the game and it's just supposed to go like this. It changed colors. Let me just... Okay, that does not sound like the game is doing good. You heard that, guys? That was just 1 second. 28 deaths and 9... Well, we... The rules of the Nuzlocke, as you may remember, make it so that they're gonna die a lot. This is actually... feels annoyed right now. Alright, let me try one more thing. Oh, I copied it, right. Oh, spam buttons and hope. Why IQ minus? What? It's not my fault. Oh. Oh, this is so frustrating. Maybe there's a refresh button. Na, 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 wow. Thank you, Prince. Maybe if I change to GDI, I have right now direct draw, D draw triple. I don't want to touch these buttons though, because I don't know what they do. We could just end for today and and cry. That save state might have killed you. That doesn't make sense. Why would the save state kill me? You know what we're gonna do actually? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Nanimo. No, we're just gonna cry. I'm just gonna try it like a few more times and then we're probably gonna end stream. Why you kick W? Do you have any saves before Mewtwo? No. I don't. I'm an idiot. I saved both. If you have saved before the cutscene, you might be able to get around it. I haven't. Yeah, I guess you're freaking right. I'm an idiot. Ah! But like, how would I know that that would happen? That's not in their thingy. I actually thought of making another save state. Oh. Is that Arbok? That is Arbok. We have Arbok on the team. You put blood, not your own, sweat and tears into this. True. Alright, I'm gonna try to contact the people. Yeah, oh! What the hell? Guys, it just restarted the game. It literally restarted the game. What? Guys, it restarted the game. I didn't put it on the browser because I'm testing it. It literally just restarted the game. Could it be that my computer has no more space? No, I have 56 gigs of like space. What the heck, man? The amount of grinding just for that. Your computer has become sentient. Is there any way to access the people? Okay, let me see. The art team, the beta testing team, features. I'm looking at their website now. Oh, join us on Discord. They do have a Discord. Okay. Oh my god. Rules and guidelines. I don't care about no rules. Don't be a troll. Do not delete your welcome message. Please wait for 15 minutes to get the grunt roll. What? What you telling me? I gotta wait 15 minutes? All right, I'll fix this. I'll fix this next stream. Okay, guys. I'll either fix or cry for tomorrow's stream. It's actually insanely frustrating. You should probably make a backup of your files. Might be able to fix yourself with them later. Yeah, I make 2 files, and I save different times for them. But this time I saved both times because I didn't want anything to screw up. I didn't think this is a straight 5-hour cry stream. That'll be tomorrow's stream, yeah. I'm not speeding up this time though. I'm gonna see maybe if you speed up through the cutscene, maybe that's what it does. But I'm literally just pressing buttons. And nothing. Well, oh, it's why is it showing everything? Oopsies. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, we're gonna finish stream 8 minutes early while I try to figure this shite out. I would go to community games, but I'll be honest, guys. Right now, I just want to figure out what the hell's going on. Oh. So thanks for watching. We're not gonna raid. I feel no, I just don't want to raid right now. So I'll see you guys later. Oh, goodbye and see you tomorrow. Unfortunately. Goodbye, guys.